Morning, Jennifer.
How are you?
Doing fine, keeping busy. How about you?
Oh, any given day, it's
I know it's,
right.
yep, weird and tough times.
So challenging, but
Yeah,
we stay the course. And as I was sharing with someone, good to see you. As
yeah,
I was
nice.
sharing just yesterday with someone, the kind of the blessing in this moment is having work that you feel can add value,
Yep, I think that's
right?
right.
And so that helps.
Definitely. Yeah, it keeps some purpose for the day, and definitely the case.
So now I am looking through.
And you're in front. People are signed in to the meeting, just so you know.
Oh, good, good, good. How many people do we have signed up to testify?
I will send you that right now. It looks like in the first comment period, there are 10. In the second comment period, there are 17.
So it looks like in the script this go round, Meg has put, hmm, did she put the protocol for voting in? Well, she kind of did, but didn't.
It's in there. Hi, Jennifer. It's in there in the script itself, but then we sent a separate procedure
Right.
doc.
So you do it for bringing the motion, but not the vote. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm, I'm here. Woo, I'm here. Yesterday was a doozy of a day. Seems like every day is a doozy of a day. So I'm expecting that in this board meeting that a lot of the engagement will be around the solitary confinement, the pushback on that, like what we're doing. Do you expect more?
I think that's right. But again, we're live right now. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Sorry for not being clear. Um,
Welcome everybody who's here.
there's only a few good friends in the
Good
room right
day.
now.
It's all good. It's all good. Thank you. Whew. This is going to be a long day. How many of our board members are with us?
Just Jackie so far.
Okay, good morning, Jack.
Jackie had to jump on another quick call before this started, so she might not be at the desk right now.
All righty. Good morning to everybody else who's here. Right back. Is it part
Good morning, Bobby. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you? Good morning. Can you see me?
Uh, can't see you yet. We're getting some echo from you.
Okay. That there? You still getting an echo for me?
Test 1, 2, 3. That's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
In terms of video, I can see myself, but I don't know if I'm really on or not.
Good morning, Michael. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Donna. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to put you on mute on my side now.
All right, thanks. Yeah, Bobby. Now we can see you, Bobby.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
You're a handsome man, Bobby. You're a handsome man.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
CHS just opened to test the technology.
So, Meg? Meg?
Yep, yep.
Where are we with the law department and their position on? comment on conditions?
Yeah, I'm circulating the updated language now. Bobby, just so you know, we're live to the world.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
CHS, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Stanley.
CHS, can we just test the audio on your end? Testing. I have to unmute you. I didn't realize how that technology worked on your end. Can you hear us, CHS?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. So could you all turn your video off until we get to your agenda items?
Yeah, we'll turn the video off.
All right, thank you.
So let's see, please let me know, how many board members do we have present? We have Jackie, Bobby, Stanley,
You have Michael also.
Michael. Good morning, Michael.
Good morning. I had you mute. Sorry.
And are we waiting for all other board members?
James is trying to join. Just give me 1 second, help him out.
Meg, just sent you a text.
Yep, got it.
Bennett, let me know when we have all the board members that we're expecting, or at least one. Okay?
Yep, sounds good. I think we're waiting on James, I believe Felipe, and I think Steve is going to join a few minutes late.
Good deal. Thank you. Hi, I'm here.
Hey, good morning, DSC. Just wanted to test the.
Yeah, we're just having issues with our camera, but now you've unmuted us, so we have some audio.
Okay.
No, I just wanted it muted.
Good morning, James. Can you hear us?
Yes, yep, I got you. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Ben.
right. Yep. Thank you. DOC, we can see you now, so I'm going to move you back to the attendee role. Then I'll move you again when your time is up in the meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, do we have quorum? Who is with us? Who are we waiting on at this point?
You're waiting on Felipe and Steve.
Bennett, are you still with us?
Yeah, can you hear me? We're waiting on Felipe and Steve.
But Bennett, we have a quorum, so we can start now, right?
Yeah, we do have a quorum. We have Michael and James are both on the phone as well. We're getting a bit of feedback still, so if you're not speaking, I just ask that you put yourself on mute.
As I read it, we have 5 board members. And we are waiting for
You have 6 board members.
Felipe Franco, is that correct?
Yeah, we are waiting on Felipe and Steve.
Bennett, Meg?
Yep. Can you hear us? Jennifer?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Meg, I can't hear you. Just FYI.
Can you hear me?
Bennett, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Meg.
Okay.
So we don't have quorum. Do we have quorum? I'm counting.
Yes, we have a quorum.
We have 5, okay.
Yep.
Well, then let's begin. Please tell me as we're beginning though, who are we waiting on? Which additional board members are we expecting for this?
We're waiting on Felipe and Steve. Can you hear us, Jennifer?
We have quorum, but we don't have enough for voting.
Jennifer, can you hear us? We can hear you, but
Okay, we're gonna get started. I cannot hear anyone. If you're speaking,
Can you hear me now?
are you all speaking?
Yes.
Okay. So I could hear you before, and now I can't hear you. I'm going to leave and come back in very quickly.
Okay.
Matt, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
You can hear me, okay. And everyone else is muted? Is that what's happening? I see
Yes.
heads nodding.
Can you hear us,
But
Jennifer?
you can hear me.
Can you hear us? We can hear
Are
you.
you still able to hear me? Okay,
Yes.
let's get started. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. Good morning and welcome to everyone. This is our July 14th, 2020, 9 a.m. Public meeting of the New York City Board of Correction. We will begin with an approval of the June 2020 minutes. I am asking a board member for a vote to approve the minutes. Jackie has made a motion to approve. Another board member to second. Stanley. Any edits or debate concerning the minutes? All right, well then let us vote to approve the June 9th, 2020 board minutes, excuse me. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the board minutes for June 9th, 2020 are approved. Before we get to the matters for the day, the agenda of the day, few very quick announcements. I first want to again thank the Department of Correction, Correctional Health Services, the Board of Correction, advocates, detained persons, and all who have been working very cooperatively, diligently and cooperatively in connection with the continuing pandemic. We are not talking about the pandemic as much as we have been over in the last several weeks, but it's still with us, and the need to continue to be diligent and vigilant, responsible in the jails still holds. And I just want to commend again CHS, DOC, and the Board of Correction, along with advocates and detained persons, for doing their part. The board released a report presenting findings and recommendations in connection with its investigation concerning the death of Laylene Extravaganza Cubalete Polanco. Ms. Polanco died in the restrictive housing unit, a form of punitive segregation on Rikers Island, on June 7, 2019. She was a 27-year-old Afro-Latinx transgender woman. The board's report makes 25 recommendations to CHS, DOC, and the two agencies together. The board and board staff, I should say, look forward to working with the agencies, continuing to work with the agencies to ensure that the recommendations are implemented. On June 29th of this year, the mayor and I announced a working group to develop a practical and meaningful plan to end punitive segregation. The working group, which is led by Board Vice Chair Stanley Richards, includes Commissioner Brand, Just Leadership President and CEO Deanna Hoskins, and the new COBA President Benny Basio. Let me just take a minute to just extend my congratulations and appreciation to the new COBA President Basio. We look forward to working with you, and we appreciate your joining this working group to address this continuing presenting concern. The group has already convened and will meet through the summer to develop and issue recommendations based on the core principles of accountability, support, and safety. Safety for all, for the staff and for the detainees. The working group's recommendations will be incorporated into the broader restricted housing rule package to be voted on this coming fall in October. We believe city plans to overhaul our jail system, inclusive of reducing incarceration and closing Rikers Island and locating detention centers in 4 boroughs, must also incorporate the ending of solitary confinement and developing alternative means of accountability with a focus on safety for both staff and detained persons, mental health, effective and robust programming and education, and investment in training and the well-being of employees. The board was particularly moved by the testimony during the public comment period in the winter of this year, and we've resolved to move this forward with the mayor. Now, some stakeholders have called on the board to move sooner, to move immediately to end solitary confinement. We certainly understand, we appreciate the urgency, but we also appreciate that the city must have effective responses to acts of violence and to ensuring safety for everybody. Solitary confinement cannot end without a clear structure that ensures safety, accountability, and healing after violence in the jails, and without a plan for violence prevention. This is a challenging undertaking and cannot be done in a day, and for that reason alone, nothing more than that, the working group has been granted the summer months to create and present recommendations in September. In connection with this work, we invite you to continue sending us your ideas and sharing your concerns. Additionally, the mayor announced just a week and a half ago that DOC and CHS are implementing new medical restrictions to preclude certain people from punitive segregation, enhanced supervision housing, and secure. This includes people on anti-epileptic medication for seizures and people with asthma who are prescribed a maintenance inhaler. CHS was reviewing all people currently in those units for the underlying medical conditions and then providing guidance to DOC as to who should be removed. Finally, sadly, on June 22nd, a 61-year-old man died while in DOC custody at RNDC. CHS has reported that his death was not COVID related. We're now going to move to public comment on the variance requests that have been put forward. The various variances to be considered by the board today are the following. DOC variance request regarding young adult commingling. DOC ACS raised the age variance renewals. DOC variance to operate the young adult ESH unit. DOC variance request regarding separation status. CHS variance request regarding psychotropic medication schedule and tuberculosis testing. We've been provided a list of speakers who have already signed up to speak. We're going to hold general public comment at the end of the meeting as well. This public comment is limited to the variances requested by the agencies. You all probably know the drill by now, us having done this by WebEx on a few occasions, but I'll share with you once again how this works. I'm going to call a person's name. When you hear your name, please raise your hand using the hand icon below the participants list on your WebEx screen. If you don't see the participants list, click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. Once you open the participants list, you should see the hand icon in order to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we will unmute you and you will be able to turn on your video. You can then begin your public comment. I will tell you when it has been 3 minutes and we will move to the next speaker. Please be reminded that the board also welcomes written comment. You can email written comments to boc@boc.nyc.gov or mail them to 1 Center Street, room 2212, 2212, New York, New York, 10007. I will now move to the participants and call on our first speaker. And I'm not sure. Bennett?
The first speaker is Danielle Gerard.
Okay. You know what? Why don't we do that? Why don't you call them because I don't see it. So
Sure.
Danielle Gerard. She's raised her hand. Let's unmute her. Good morning, Danielle. Please begin.
Thank you, Chair Jones-Austin, members of the board, Secretary Egan. Children's Rights has been a national advocate for youth in state systems for 25 years. We're also a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition. We refer the board to our February 2020 testimony specifying the reasons that the Horizon variances should have been denied each time the department requested them. 3 of the variances are based on inadequacies of the physical design and space limitations of Horizon itself. Now that the facility is due to be shuttered, however, it is way past time for any such inadequacies to be adequately remedied. This does not, however, affect our calling on the board to require the department to comply at all times with standard protocol when it grants the variance for minimum standard 104B2. With the dwindling number of youth at Horizon, the board should require the department to meet youth's requests for access to bathrooms and/or drinking water and properly record what occurs in each and every instance. Regarding correspondence restrictions, Children's Rights believes there needs to be much greater clarity around the extent that this is beneficial to Horizon residents at all. Otherwise, the restrictions could very well end up being overbroad and punitive, which will be particularly harmful for youth who are increasingly isolated during the pandemic and for whom correspondence can be critical to maintain their connections with family and community. Regarding commingling at Rikers, there is no evidence that this practice reduces violence. As Children's Rights has testified repeatedly over the years, there are more effective and lasting methods to reduce violence, including an increase in services and age-appropriate programming, as well as continued better training for officers. Once again, we urge the board to shift the department's entire emphasis regarding young adult housing areas. They should be supportive, age-appropriate settings in which department staff can respond properly and effectively to wholly predictable issues that arise among detained young people. Concerning the requested ESH variance, as we have testified over many years, excessive isolation is incompatible with current research and policy for older youth. We urge the board to deny this variance request. In fact, we urge the board to set a deadline for the discontinuance of ESH for young adults at Rikers. Separation status is just the latest form of punitive segregation. As we have also testified repeatedly, the department's variance request does not include any mention of treatment of young adults. It includes no due process provisions. It does not specify timeframes regarding how long an incarcerated person can be held in this housing. It is essentially for solitary confinement for young adults in violation of minimum standards. It is a violation of the young adult plan. Moreover, the CHS response categorically rules out mental health rounds and counseling in this solitary confinement. Finally, we would like to impress upon the board that while you have repeatedly granted variances from the minimum standards, department's management of violence on Rikers has not improved. The Nunez Monitor's 9th report shows that the number and rate of use of force remains at an all-time high since the consent judgment went into effect in 2015. The system is broken, and no amount of variances and no amount of solitary confinement will fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gerard.
The next speaker is Jennifer Parrish.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
please begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Parrish of the Urban Justice Center, Jails Action Coalition, and the HALT campaign. I urge you to reject the separation status housing variance in the placement of young adults in ESH, require age-appropriate housing and programming for young adults, and move forward with restrictive housing rulemaking that includes a complete ban on all forms of solitary confinement. In approving separation status in the past, board members seem to take comfort in the fact that the average length of stay was less than 30 hours. And through December, the longest reported period was slightly more than 3 days. In opposing separation status last fall, we emphasized the complete lack of any limit on the amount of time a person could be held there. With the board's approval of the variance, the amount of time that people are held in separation status has increased. During this variance period, the average length of stay is up to 47 hours, almost 2 days. The commissioner reports that one person was in separation status for 11 days. That's 11 days without access to materials to clean the cell, 11 days of total isolation from meaningful human contact, 11 days without being able to go outside, breathe fresh air, see the sun, 11 days without being able to send out a letter or receive a package, 11 days without a book of your choosing, 11 days without a shave. The department is required to report to the board on its individualized plan for removing a person who is there for more than 72 hours. What was the plan for removing this person? Was the board aware of each additional day? Was this person offered daily scans? Did they have a mental health or other disability? Where was this person placed when discharged from separation status? Was contraband ever discovered? Apparently, adding the condition of reporting to the board on the individualized plan did not result in this person's removal. The board's report on the death of Layleen Polanco documents how deadly isolation can be, even for a period of hours. How can this board carry on allowing the department to keep people in separation status, punitive seg, ESH, and the restrictive units at NIC and MDC? 1 year ago, we were here calling for an end to solitary confinement. What has the board done in the meantime? Voted only to allow additional solitary time through this and other variances. Please do not point to the formation of a working group to end solitary as evidence that you are doing something. You should be ashamed of advocating your power to have one representative among 4 on this working group. No, a working group of 4 should be a working group of 4 board members. And if you need it at all, it should have been formed in December or January after you received feedback on the proposed rules. And during those intervening months, board members could certainly have come up with a way to end solitary confinement. Your independence and integrity are on the line. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the next board member, panelist.
Here is Kayla Simpson.
Thank you. What, the name again?
Kayla Simpson.
Kayla Simpson. All right, she's raised her hand. Please begin.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Kayla Simpson. I'm a staff attorney at the Prisoners' Rights Project at the Legal Aid Society. I echo the comments made by Ms. Parrish and Ms. Gerard, but I will take this time to address separation status, ESH, and commingling, even though we do oppose the variances before the board today for many reasons. And in particular, I'm asking the board to consider all of these variances in light of the summer heat season. The board should not grant separation status variances. Separation status is not only overly draconian, but from all accounts, it is troublingly ineffective. What the department describes in its variance request is not success in separation status, but of body scanners. In fact, the vast majority of contraband recovered, they say, was without placement in separation status at all. So we are placing people in literal dungeons with some newspaper and a room that we call the recreation room. I don't believe it's air conditioned. But how many of these separation status placements actually resulted in contraband recovery? How many of the quote unquote positive scans actually produced contraband? How many of the placements were made by people not trained to make those placements? And how many of those contraband items recovered were even weapons rather than drugs? Is the unit air conditioned? What is the plan for heat sensitive people who fail or refuse a body scan? This is not the least intrusive path to contraband recovery. And from this data, it doesn't even appear to be an effective one. It's inhumane, it's punitive, and we should not allow it to continue. The board additionally should not grant the young adult ESH variance. It uses shackles. It's not air conditioned. There is no alternative for heat sensitive youth. Programming and schools are insufficient. Young people stay in these units on average 4 months. Over and over again, people in custody express confusion about why they're there and what it takes to get out. And even the 9th Nunez Monitor report raised again the issue of whether the department can show that placements in young adult ESH are justified, finding that when adjudication captains place young adults in the ESH, they do not provide sufficient detail for why they do so. The board additionally should not grant the variance that allows commingling of young adults with adults. This is just another rubber stamp on the dismantling of the young adult plan. And what justification does the department give in its variance request? Pro forma statements about how they are, quote, committed to young adult housing. Hollow words when 1/3 of young adults are commingled with adults. That's unacceptable. And the department says that they want a full and meaningful discussion about commingling in the September meeting. But what will happen then? It will be but one of many items on an agenda that will provide slightly more detail than we provide here, and we will once again fail the young adults in New York City jails by maintaining a status quo that does not serve them. This board should draw on the expertise.
Your time is up. Thank you for your public comment.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next. Thank you.
Speaker is Ashaki Antoine.
Please raise your hand. All right, she appears to be with us. Okay, please begin.
Hi, good morning, Chair Jones, Austin, and the entire Board of Corrections Committee. My name is Saki Antoine, New York City Correction Officer. Before I begin, I know that this is a new book, a new chapter, and a fresh page for me. I'm here as a voice for correctional officers, but most importantly, an advocate for safe jails. Being a correctional officer is a job to be manageable. On a daily basis, I've been subjected to inmates masturbating and looking at me not for their security, but as their own sexual, personal prey. In addition to being spat on, splashed with urine, feces, and seminal fluid on a daily basis, I'm also subjected to unwarranted verbal abuse, repulsive language used to describe me, the same correction officer who's sworn to protect all in my supervision. When you look at me, I represent 53% of the workforce in the New York City Department of Corrections who are women. A few years ago, when these repulsive acts of deviant behavior occurred against a correction officer, there was a deterrent in place to protect us, such as a notice of infraction, a tool to address the dangerous behaviors of inmates in the facility. Fast forward to today, when these humiliating acts are committed against a correction officer, there are no deterrents in place to assist us. My question is, what do we do with the inmates that break the law in the streets and now have broken all rules in a jail setting, and most importantly, makes the living environment for the inmates living among them unsafe? Where do they go? What protocols are in place for dangerous inmates who consistently break the rules and violently attack correctional inmates that they are housed together with, and civilians? These individuals do exist in our system. As correctional officers, we are responsible to protect the well-being and safety of inmates. But who protects us? The safety of correctional officers, inmates, and civilians should be paramount and inclusive to all and not selective for some. Madam Chair, I had the pleasure of watching your interview on New York One regarding the end of punitive segregation. What I admired is that you acknowledged accountability for the inmate that engage in behaviors that are dangerous on a daily basis. Accountability is the first step for safer jails. You also acknowledge the fact that safety is an issue and a concern for everyone in the jail setting. In my opinion, there's an obligation to ensure everyone is safe: the correction officers, the inmates, the civilians. Collectively, we must find a common ground to address the misbehaviors in a jail setting, as well as the mental health protocol resulting in safety for all. I look forward in continuing this conversation with you, and I remain hopeful that collectively we can formulate innovative solutions that will benefit and ensure the safety for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Let's move to our fourth speaker.
The next speaker is Simone Spierig.
Good morning. Please raise your hand. All right, please begin.
Good morning. My name is Simone Spierig, and I'm the Jail Services Social Worker at Brooklyn Defender Services. The board should deny all restrictive housing variances from the department. This board has a responsibility to the people in custody, and every day that this board refuses to take a vote on restrictive housing rulemaking, you are failing. Last month, Mayor de Blasio stated that people with certain medical conditions would be exempt from restrictive housing immediately, but his words and actions are disingenuous to the public. As of right now, there's a man with diagnosed asthma who has had to use his inhaler on multiple occasions since entering solitary, yet CHS says that he does not reach the criteria for removal. They have implied his condition is not severe enough. What are we waiting for if not for another Leilene Polanco to happen? It's shameful we are here today continuing our demands to end these torturous practices, calling for the end of solitary, and calling for people to be treated humanely. The department is requesting a variance for the continued use of separation status, which is now one of the most extreme forms of isolation used by this department. People can't send mail to their loved ones, even during a pandemic that prevents any in-person visits from happening, and is causing a deep emotional strain on families and loved ones. It's unclear from the department's variance if and how people can even access a pen to sign legal documents. Can people access grievances in separation status? Can the department provide any data or information? After 48 hours of being held in separation status, can the department explain their individualized plans? Who is involved, and is there any notice to the individual's legal representation? There is no information about due process or reasons for refusal to scan. The department's own data states that out of the 8 people who entered separation status, 6 were because they refused to scan. What happens if someone refuses for medical reasons? Does the department force them into separation status until cleared by CHS? If so, how long does that take? We need answers. These are dangerous practices enforced by a department that doesn't have a great track record. It's dangerous and must end now. The board cannot continue to rubber stamp the department's request to repeatedly and indefinitely isolate people in our jails. The department continuously creates loopholes and pop-up units that are solitary by another name, and separation status is no exception to this pattern. Board members, you need to do your job. Deny all restrictive housing variances and move forward with restrictive housing rulemaking now. Stop granting permission for this unregulated, unchecked, horrible practice to continue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Meg, do we have the information concerning the individual that she spoke of, the person she spoke of?
We'll follow up and get
Okay.
it.
Just want to confirm that you will do that. Okay. Let's move to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker is 5 Mualamak.
Good morning. Please raise your hand.
I don't see 5 in the meeting.
Let's move on to the next person.
The next speaker is Martha Greco.
Good morning. Please raise your hand. Martha?
Got it.
All right. Good morning. Please begin.
Thank you. My name is Martha Greco. I am a prisoner's rights and criminal defense attorney at the Bronx Defenders. I remember about 4 years ago when ESH was first created as an alternative to solitary confinement for young people. At that time, advocates sounded the alarm about the fact that ESH appeared to be indefinite, with no check on DOC in terms of criteria for placement and criteria for moving through the steps. Well, up until a few weeks ago, one of my clients spent 11 months in ESH. Just like solitary confinement, ESH is a place where people are left to rot. They are brought there after having been convicted of an infraction, and I put convicted in quotes because the conviction is a sham when there's no meaningful due process. And the placement process and graduation process are arbitrary. ESH does not teach anyone such valuable lessons as safety, accountability, and healing. It only reminds them that they're powerless. So why does the board keep reauthorizing it with 0 conditions? The board does not have to do that. The board can honor its mandate to oversee the department and require that at the very least, before placement in ESH, a person's attorney is notified. Officer Antoine has asked, what do we do with people who break the rules? Well, DOC should, first of all, have to prove someone broke the rules. That's the first step in any system of accountability, and DOC usually skips this step. Maybe, just maybe, DOC officers aren't the experts in human behavior. Maybe if DOC involved the person's attorney and the person's team of advocates when addressing conflict with our clients, we can achieve safety, accountability, and healing together. The board can require that DOC continue to involve that person's attorney throughout the step-up process. But instead, today, the board will do more of the same. Instead, there will be more rubber stamping of DOC, more torturing of young Black youth with harsher and harsher punishments as the rates of violence tick up higher and higher. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Ms. Jean.
Good morning, Ms. G.
Ms. Jean.
Jean. Ms. Jean, please raise your hand. Oh, Ms. Jean. Okay, good. Hand is raised. Please begin. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you today on behalf of my loved one who is incarcerated currently to address the proposed extension of the variance from Section 2-05. This variance has been extended since November of 2005. So for the past 15 years, people have been getting less than the established minimum standard of mental health care. Incarceration is a stressful experience and is intensified for those struggling with mental health issues. If issues are so severe that people need to be medicated, they should be seen more, not less. Building trust with a mental health professional is crucial in the therapeutic process and takes time to grow, so being seen less often is not productive. Incarcerated people can be moved to a completely different building and have to start this process over and over again. During a recent transfer, my loved one was held in intake for more than 8 hours and didn't receive his pain or psych meds the entire day he was being moved, all the way until the following evening. He was moved on a Sunday and did not receive any of his medications until Monday night, only to have the same issue happen when he was transferred again on Tuesday and did not receive his medication until Wednesday night. Not only did this leave him in severe pain, but repeatedly starting and stopping his psych meds can be harmful. Add on to these concerns the changes and restrictions that have been added recently due to COVID-19. Imagine you are already in need of mental health help, and then courts are closed, so all court dates continue to be postponed. You can't have in-person visits. When you do get a televisit, which is not as often as they should be, or according to the guidelines posted, you can't hear the person you are speaking to because you have to yell over other people and through the glass. All programs have ceased, and materials you are provided with are copies with pictures of sneakers to color. You can't get to the medical clinic as claimed. You may wait days to weeks to get to the clinic, and once you get there, the care is subpar. Often you are barely given the time to explain your medical needs to the nurse or doctor before being rushed out the door. All rehabilitative medical treatments have ceased, your test results from the hospital are lost, and you have to rely on your loved ones to submit the test results again for you, which is ridiculous. You aren't afforded law library to the minimum standard. You wait for days to get the items you request, if you get them at all. Commissary is out of water for a month now, as well as Dove soap, stamps, envelopes, batteries, and legal writing tablets, just to name a few. You aren't given the 3 stamps and envelopes promised to help maintain contact with your family. Linen Exchange is returning sheets and pillowcases that are dirty. There's a lack of protocol regarding the use of PPE by DOC staff, and the misinformation that has been shared at the last few Board of Correction meetings regarding PPE, medical care, and cleaning supplies is nothing short of a smokescreen. Cleaning supplies and masks are still not distributed steadily. Many officers are wearing their own personal gloves throughout the day and then searching individuals with those same gloves, person after person. People inside did not and do not feel safe. The stress of the past few months should be reason enough to increase access to mental health professionals, not reduce it. This system is very broken and violates the rights that legally are supposed to be upheld. To quote my loved one, this system makes you feel hopeless and makes you want to give up. If that doesn't sound like someone who needs more mental health contact, I don't know what is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Minister Dr. Victoria Phillips.
Good morning. Please raise your hand.
My hand is raised.
And we can hear you now. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello?
Good morning. We can hear you.
Okay. So, yes, I'm Miss V, and I want to address the law library and access to medical variances. And you know, what many people don't even realize right now is that there's a hunger strike going on in DOC facility, and it's because of certain issues that have not been addressed properly. And Chad, you recently tweeted, you don't get power and get cute. You get power and then get ugly for your people. So I just want you to actually listen to your people.
just recently get off mask or get me yet. But beforehand, that's pretty much all I have. We got no gloves. We ran out of soap a couple times. And there was really no social distancing in here as well.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask you a question? When you talk about the supplies, how easily accessible is the supplies right now for soap and cleaning your area? Because DOC says they are accessible right now.
Yeah, they bring them in. They bring them in like they put soap in the crate and stuff like that. But when they run out, we don't really get them for like 2 or 3 days.
Okay.
Or new supply comes in. Also, did I answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Try to access law library.
Yeah, that's all library. They don't. Yeah. Okay. I put in a request for certain things from the law library to have printouts or copies of something that I need, or like a notice of intent that I've been waiting for, and I still haven't gotten it yet. And I've been waiting. This is like a week and a half now. A week and a half ago, I ordered this. Me and a couple of first people who have ordered things from the law library, they still haven't come yet. They'll send papers back saying that they sent it, and we don't have those papers whatsoever. And it's like a back and forth thing, arguing with these people like, you have not sent me this. Then they claim that the civilian is not down there when he's supposed to be there, and then the copier machine all of a sudden breaks, and now we can't get it done. Like, it's like, no, I still haven't got my papers that I've ordered from them. It's a week and a half now, going on 2 weeks now.
Minister V, I appreciate your bringing us information directly from a person who's detained. I appreciate that. The time is up, and so we do have to move on. It was difficult to hear all of what the individual was sharing, and so if you would like to submit a written statement that captures what was shared, we would appreciate that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and for the record, that was a retweeting of a statement made by Dr. William Barber. Confused at first trying to understand what she was speaking to, but I understand now.
Right.
Let's please move forward, and please submit a statement to us so we can have a better appreciation of what was shared.
The last speaker is Assad, who is calling in from Ms. V's line also, or speaking in from Ms. V's line also.
Good morning. Please begin.
Good morning. My name is Assad, and I'm going to play a call that Ms. V recorded Sunday.
With law, but you can get time on if you don't have motions in by a certain amount of time. And the law library is crazy because they don't have nobody here to take and do the things that we need done. And the person that do whatever it is that's done is an officer. And then half the time he don't even bring everything that we ask for. You know what I'm saying? And then when he do bring things, like the other day, he gave my law work to somebody else who brought it to me. And that's you're not supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying? That can cause a problem.
No, I'm listening to you. I totally understand that.
Oh, and then when I tried to bring this to the deputy, her name is Wilkins, her badge number 715. I tried to bring this to her attention, and she shooed me off as if what I was saying wasn't worthy enough for her to even stand and listen to. She gonna tell me, did you talk to my officer first? I said, your officer can't do anything. That's why I'm coming to you. She's like, talk to my officer first. Talk to my officer first. I'm like, man, your officer can't do nothing about this because he's an officer, and I'm complaining about an officer. So what can he do? He still told me to talk to him. I'm like, I don't understand the significance. Then when I did tell him what happened, he went over and said, he told her. Then she calls me over. He asked me what happened. I tells her what happened. The individual gave my law work to another person who, as a matter of fact, I forgot to tell you, doesn't speak any English at all. And the only reason I got it was because the person that was just on the phone with you sleeps next to him, so he gave it to him, and he knew my name, so he gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? So when I tell her what happened, she then tells me, what do you want me to do about it? I'm like, man, you're the deputy. What do you mean what I want you to do about it? I want you to address it because that's not you're not supposed to do this. She told me, I don't know, I should be glad I got it. So I said, you know what, you have a good day. And I walked away. There's supposed to be grievance boxes on each unit, right? There's no grievance box. We have to actually leave the unit and go downstairs from the elevator to the main floor. That's two floors. We have to actually go down there to be able to put our grievances in one of the two boxes, which is by the barbershop or inside of the clinic department. But this is the key to that. You have to have an appointment to leave the unit in the first place and be going in that direction to even see those grievance boxes. And that's not supposed to be. I'm not supposed to have to give my grievance about an officer to an officer because we know he's never going to reach his destination. And if it does reach its destination, the officer that I'm writing up about is already going to be well aware of what's going on and have whatever story they want to have put together and whatever they can do to get, to make me look bad, whatever the case is they're going to have. It's supposed to be grievance boxes on every unit.
Thank you. Again, I ask that statement be submitted to us in writing, or at least a summary of it, because at times it was difficult to hear and discern what was being said. So please, if you will send that in, we'd like to have that. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Understand? Do we have one more, Bennett, or we're?
Nope, that's the end of this public comment period.
So this public comment period has come to an end, and we will now move as a board to consider the variances that have been put before us. The first variance is the variance requesting an extension of young adult commingling. The department is requesting renewal of the variance to allow commingling of young adults with adults in certain cases. Due to the number of items that appear on this agenda, the board will consider a 1-month extension this month in order to allow for more substantive discussion at the September meeting. Can I ask a board member for a motion to approve the 1-month extension? Jacqueline Sherman has made a motion to approve the 1-month extension. May I have a second?
James Carino, second.
James is seconding the motion. I'll just quickly ask, is there anyone who would like to discuss? Any questions or comments that any board member would like to make? Doesn't appear that there are any, so I am going to move to vote on the motion to approve the 1-month extension. Looking at my screen, I will begin. Actually, I cannot see you, James, so I'm just going to call on you. Are you in favor? Or opposed?
In favor.
In favor. Okay. Felipe? In favor. Jacqueline Sherman?
In favor.
Stanley Richards?
In favor.
Bobby Cohen?
In favor.
All right. And I'm in favor. I don't see any other board members. Is Michael still on the phone with us?
Yes, it's Michael, yes.
Okay. All righty. Have I captured all of the board members?
Yes.
Okay. So that variance passes. Let's move on to the DOC ACS Horizon Variance Renewal. The raise the age variances for the young people in DOC custody will expire in August. There are currently 2 young people in DOC custody at Horizon. Both will turn 18 before August 1st, 2020. However, ACS now advises that there is an extremely unlikely chance that an adolescent could be admitted to Horizon between August 15th and September 30th. An adolescent could be admitted to Horizon if they were remanded for an alleged crime committed prior to the implementation of Raise the Age, or if a pre-raise the age adolescent on probation or parole was violated. DOC and ACS are requesting an extension of the variances from August 15, 2020 to September 30th. We have requested DOC ACS appear at the September meeting to discuss the transition of Horizon from DOC to ACS. I'm going to ask a board member to make a motion to approve the variance extension. Jackie Sherman makes the motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Stanley Richards. Any questions? Open for debate or discussion? Seeing no hands and hearing no voices, I'm going to move to make a motion to approve the variance extension. I will begin with Michael. Michael, we are voting. Are you in favor of this variance extension?
Yes.
Okay. James?
I'll be abstaining from this vote.
Okay. Felipe? Yes. Okay. Jackie Sherman?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Stanley Richards? Yes. Bobby Cohen?
Yes.
Yes. And I vote in favor as well. That variance carries. We will now move on to the DOC Young Adult ESH variance request. Meg will provide us with a summary of the request as well as an update on what is happening in ESH.
Thank you. On July 7th, 2020, the department sent a variance renewal request to continue to operate the Young Adult Enhanced Supervision Housing Unit. The board first granted this variance in July of 2017 and has consistently renewed it. The board's proposed rule on restrictive housing incorporates the variance and its conditions, and if passed, this variance would no longer be necessary. ESH Level 1 includes a maximum of 7 hours out of cell per day, and people are shackled by 1 foot to a restraint desk during all time out of cell. ESH Level 2 includes a maximum of 7 hours out of cell per day, but restraint desks are not used. ESH Level 3 includes at least 10 and a maximum of 14 hours out of cell per day with no restraint desk. As of July 1st, 2020, there were 16 young adults in ESH, 3 in ESH Level 1, 11 in ESH Level 2, and 2 in ESH Level 3. There were no 18-year-olds in ESH, and all ESH units were combined young adult housing areas, as is permitted by board variance on young adult commingling. Additionally, on July 1, there were 90 adults in ESH. According to board staff analysis, between December 1st, 2019 and May 1st, 2020, there were 30 young adult placements into ESH. Of those placements, 17 or 56% were placed into a level 1 restraint unit, and 13 or 43% were placed into level 2. All placements into a restraint desk unit met the placement criteria outlined by the most recent board variance. As of May 1st, 2020, there were 11 young adults in ESH. The average time in ESH for these individuals was 32 days, and the median was 30 days. As of May 1st, 2020, the average total time in DOC custody for these young adults still in ESH was 265 days, and the median was 130 days. During the period from December 1st, 2019 to May 1st, 2020, the board found that review progressions have declined. There were 97 periodic reviews conducted for young adults in ESH, resulting in 55 recommendations for progression. Of the 55 young adults recommended for progression, 51 were subsequently moved. According to the department's monthly reports from March and April 2020 during the COVID-19 crisis, all but 3 of the young adults who met the criteria for review received a review. Similar to the last reporting period, the most common exit reason during this time period for progressing out of young adult ESH. Young adults who exited between December 1st, 2019 and May 1st, 2020 had spent less time in a restraint desk unit than those who had exited in the previous 7 months. Additionally, fewer young adults spent any time in a restraint desk unit than those who exited in the previous 7 months. Each month, as required by board variance condition, the department audits 4 randomly selected days and shared the results of their audit to the board. According to these audits, the average lockout time from January 1st to 2019 to May 1st, 2020 in the ESH level 1 was 3 hours and 27 minutes, a reduction from an average of 5 hours and 43 minutes of lockout time between May and December of 2019. Young adults in ESH2 are also mandated to be afforded 7 hours of lockout time per day. From January to May 2020, the average lockout time in ESH level 2 was 6 hours and 22 minutes, an increase from an average of 2 hours and 5 minutes in the board's prior analysis. On the dates audited by the department between January and May, when school was in session, an average of 83 or 72% of young adults in ESH were enrolled in school. Of those enrolled, an average of 9 or 13% participated in in-person educational services on the 9 dates audited between January and March. On the dates audited by the department, in-person educational services were suspended due to, on the dates audited by the department between March 17th, 2020 and May 28th, 2020, in-person educational services were suspended due to social distancing, personnel, and operational considerations related to the coronavirus. The New York City Department of Education provided alternative education materials to the young adults enrolled in school on 2 of the 10 dates audited. On the dates audited by the department, 85 or 33% of young adults in ESH requested library services. 100% of the young adults in ESH who requested law library services were provided them. On all of the dates audited by the department between January and May of 2020, law library coordinators were on site even during the COVID-19 outbreak. On each of the dates audited by the department in March 2020, nearly half of the typewriters in ESH were inoperable, and only one housing area had an operable typewriter. On May 12, 2020, as required by the board's February variance, the Department of Correction released a public plan for increasing recreation participation for young adults in ESH. To develop its plan, the department conducted one-on-one group interviews with young adults in ESH. Jennifer, I will the variance, and I will read those now. The proposed time limit for the variance is 3 months. Conditions 1 and 2 will remain the same. Condition 3 will be slightly modified. 4 will remain the same. 5 is a proposed new condition. Condition 6 is would be modified. Condition 7 would be modified. Condition 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 and 18 would remain the same.
Okay. If I may just interject for a minute, I'm just appreciating that, we're about to vote. A few seconds ago, there appeared on the screen, it appeared that there were the variances with the conditions. I'm not sure if they were all the conditions were presented, but I do think it's important just for the record. And it's lengthy in nature, but I don't think that we should just be voting based on numbers, and I think we need to read the variance and the conditions and the modifications.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was just starting by giving an update. Okay, so condition 1, the department may operate multiple levels of young adult ESH, with level 1 being the most restrictive. There shall not be a separate unit for assessment purposes. Condition 2, a young adult can be placed in young adult ESH level 1 only if the person has recently participated in an actual or attempted slashing or stabbing or engaged in activity that caused serious injury to an officer, another person in custody, or any other person, and provided that the use of a restraint desk is the least restrictive option necessary for the safety of others. Condition 3, restraints, including restraint desks, shall not be used except to control an incarcerated person who presents an immediate risk of self-injury or injury to others, to prevent serious property damage, or when necessary as a security precaution during transfer or transport. When restraints are necessary, the department shall use the least restrictive forms of restraints that are appropriate and should use them only as long as the need exists. Condition 4. Each request for approval of a placement of a young adult in young adult ESH, i.e. any ESH unit where young adults are housed, must be in writing and specify the reason or reasons why a less restrictive housing setting is not a safe option. If the placement is to include the use of a restraint desk, the request for approval must include why young adult ESH without restraint desk is not a safe option. The chief of department or designee must also specify her reasons for approving or disapproving the request for young adult ESH placement. If the placement is to include the use of a restraint desk, the chief or her designee must separately approve or disapprove this use and specify her reason or reasons for approving or disapproving the use of a restraint desk. The request for approval and the chief's or designee's approval or disapproval thereof shall be sent within 24 hours to the person who is the subject of the request, New York City Health and Hospitals, and the board. Condition 5. The department shall evaluate each incarcerated young adult housed in ESH level 1 every 7 days to determine if the young adult should progress out of level 1 to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in condition number 7 below. The deputy warden responsible for ESH or designee will conduct the evaluation, and the determination shall specify the reasons and the specific facts relied upon for such determination. Condition 6. The department shall review each young adult in any level other than ESH level 1 every 21 days to determine whether the person will advance to a less restrictive level or unit pursuant to the criteria set forth in condition number 7 below. Condition 7. At each such 7-day or 21-day review, a young adult will advance to a less restrictive level or unit unless 1, he is engaged in a violent or aggressive behavior while in his current level, and or 2, there is credible intelligence that he may engage in additional violence in a less restrictive unit, and or 3, he has willfully disregarded rules and regulations, and these instances are reported and documented. The department shall conduct this evaluation in consultation with the ESH interdisciplinary team and shall specify the reasons and facts for such determination. Condition 8. If the department's review of a young adult recommends progression to a less restrictive level or unit, the young adult shall be moved to the recommended level or unit. If the young adult is not moved within 48 hours of such recommendation, DOC shall notify the board in writing within 48 hours of its decision not to move the person. The notification shall include the reason the department did not move the young adult to a less restrictive level or unit. Condition 9. A young adult recommended to progress to a less restrictive level or unit shall not remain in their current unit solely due to the lack of available housing elsewhere. Condition 9. The department shall not keep canines stationed in young adult ESH units. Condition 11. The department shall provide all young adults housed in ESH with a minimum out-of-cell time of 7 hours per day, not inclusive of school hours. If exceptional circumstances occur where the department cannot comply, it will notify the board immediately as to the reasons why it cannot comply. Condition 12. The department shall notify the board in writing every time the lockout periods in young adult ESH do not start on time and the reasons thereafter. The department shall provide written notice to the board within 24 hours of such occurrence. Condition 13. The department shall conduct and report on a monthly audit of its compliance with BOC and minimum standards and education services. Section 1-05B, lock-in, specifically the number of out-of-cell hours per person. Section 1-08F, access to courts and legal services, including law library. Section 1-06, recreation, and Section 1-02C2, classification, specifically the number of programming hours offered to each young adult, and the number of hours each young adult participated in programming. Education services, specifically the number of young adults DOC brought to school, and for each young adult, the time DOC brought him to school and the time DOC took him out of school. The department shall provide its monthly audit report to the board by the 10th business day of the following month. The department shall provide its monthly audit reports, Condition 14, where the department is permitted to consider a young adult's activity occurring or actions committed at a time prior to the incidents in connection with the young adult's placement in young adult ESH, such as activity or actions must have occurred within the preceding year. Condition 15, the department shall offer 5 hours of programming to each young adult in young adult ESH each day. For young adults enrolled in school, the 5 hours of programming can include 3 hours of school. Condition 16, the department shall provide the board with a public report on the implementation of the foregoing conditions. The requirements for this report are outlined in a document entitled ESH and Secure Unit Variances Public Reporting Condition dated July 9th, 2019 and available on the board's website. Condition 17, on at least a monthly basis, the department shall provide the board access to all documentation considered in each young adult ESH placement and review decision for young adults. This includes, but is not limited to, all records reviewed or created by young adult ESH adjudication, Health and Hospitals Placement Review, the Chief's reviews, and the Young Adult ESH Periodic Review. On a monthly basis, the department shall transmit to the board a list of all young adult ESH placements and reviews. The department shall provide this documentation for each month by the 10th business day of the following month. Documentation for the month this variance expires shall be provided by the 5th day of the following month. Condition 18. DOC shall publicly report monthly on the implementation of its plan to increase young adults' participation in recreation, including the number, rate, and time of young adults' recreation participation. Those are the conditions.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a board member to vote. To make a motion to move to vote on the variance with the conditions presented.
We don't get.
I'm not asking for a vote, I'm just asking for a motion to consider the variance. Seconded. I have a second.
Second.
Stanley, thank you. Let's now move to discussion. Is there anyone who would like to provide comment or raise questions?
Do we get to see?
Are we going to hear from the department?
Yes, thank you. Forgot about that.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Forgot. Thank you, Bobby. Who is on from the department?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioner.
Good morning, Commissioner.
So I would like to say a few words about the newly proposed condition, specifically number 5, that significantly alters the frequency of reviews for young adults in ESH level 1, which uses the restraint desk during out of cell time. And this condition specifically changes the reviews from every 15 days to every 7 days. We've been before you on this ESH variance many times, 10 times actually, over the past 4 years. And we've spent a considerable amount of time discussing the use of restraint desks in ESH level 1. Over the past few weeks, my staff have had very substantive discussions with members of the board regarding the nature of the reviews in restrictive housing units, such as ESH, and the surrounding criteria for promotion or release from levels within these units. Further, the use of ESH for young adults is addressed in great detail in the board's draft rules that are pending finalization, following recommendations from the working group that I was asked to participate on, along with Stanley, COBA President Bossio, and Just Leadership President Deanna Hoskins. It is within that group that the members should be allowed to do their hard work of creating a new system of accountability based first and foremost on overall safety, as well as appropriate separation individual ownership of inappropriate actions, and a clear path back to general population through restorative actions and sustained positive behavior change. I'd like to add here that the concern for the perpetrators of violence is appropriate, but what is shockingly missing from the collective narrative is the concern for the victims, not only our staff, but those in custody who now bear horrific permanent scars. Who but DOC cares about and speaks for them? Therefore, it was incredibly frustrating to have been given this proposal for a new revision to the existing ESH variance conditions Friday evening, just one business day before the board meeting. The proposed revision to the existing condition, which changes the frequency of reviews from 15 days to 7 days, undermines the meaningful multidisciplinary review that includes the person in custody and satisfaction of criteria for progression. As I've said before, the progress we've made in our limited use of ESH is not accidental. It is the result of consistent hard work, adherence to program fidelity, and establishment of an operational structure that is embedded within the agency and has full support of staff, which is critical for success. This proposed revision, for which I'm unaware that there are facts or evidence to support, suggests that some on the board are willing to be guided by feelings and not facts when it comes to matters of safety within DOC facilities. As Commissioner of the New York City Department of Correction, I will continue to rely on facts and evidence as I make decisions regarding operations in the jails that support safety. The facts and evidence are this: a young adult can only be placed in level 1, the most restrictive level, if they have recently participated in an attempted or actual stabbing or slashing, or engaged in activity that caused serious injury to an officer, another person in custody, or any other person. The length and dynamic of periodic reviews is the tool we have that affords the greatest measure of safety when managing the most violent young adults. And therefore, I would object to the proposed revision number 5 to this existing condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Let us now turn to the board for discussion.
A question on the last variance that we passed, the condition that the commissioner is referring to, was that condition set at 15 days? Was the review at 15 days?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Bobby, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, the last one was 15 days. Before that, it was 30 days. As I think it was stated, initially ESH was indeterminate. It was a place where you would go forever, and the history of ESH has been the board trying to control an institution for young adults, which we never had any intention of creating. The board allowed a variance to the solitary confinement rule, which allowed for young adults to be in ESH. We had forbidden young adults to be in ESH because we thought ESH was an indeterminate sentence. It was too much like solitary confinement, and we did not want to subject young adults to that experience. As we heard earlier in the discussion, ESH is still pretty close to solitary confinement. People had 2.5 hours a day out of their cells the past several months, and I would just describe the situation in ESH and think about it in the critical moment that we are in right now. We are all facing a we're not learning too much new because we've known it, but we are facing a moment when we have to recognize the terrible history of slavery in the country, of police murder, of racially biased mass incarceration, and we're talking about shackling men in our jails. We're talking about taking men, young men. The only way they can get out of their cells is to have their legs shackled, to have a chain placed connecting the shackles to their legs, and to have that chain placed through a steel bar. And all of us have been there. And we see people sitting in chairs trying to maintain their dignity in a terrible, torturous, inhumane, and degrading situation. And the department did not, when they asked for ESH for young adults, did not ask us if we were approving a unit where people were going to be chained to chairs. And we never would have approved that in the first place. I think that we are all engaged in a process which should go as quickly as possible to eliminate ESH and to have only a program for everybody in the jails, which is rehabilitative. These people didn't just end up in these young men just didn't end up in ESH. They've been in jail on average for hundreds of days. This is the outcome of their being in jail for hundreds of days. They didn't just something that didn't just happen on day one. They've been there for hundreds of days. Some of them many hundreds of days, on average more than 100 days. And I have never heard anything from the department that shows that putting people in shackles is pro-social, promotes pro-social behavior. If you have that data, I wouldn't like, I'll take a look at it. I don't think you do, because you've never presented it. I've never heard that shackling makes people better. And so what this amendment does is limits the amount of time that people will be in shackles. It gives them, it does not take away the time from people going through the process of ESH. If you think there's some process of ESH in terms of programming that requires more than 7 plus 21 plus 21, more than 49 days, then create a unit which does not limit people's time out of cell, but provides the programming support that they need. More importantly, of course, provide it beforehand, so we don't end up in ESH. But I urge the board to continue the process that we've been engaged in ever since we allowed young adults to be in ESH, which is to limit the amount of time they're placed in the most restrictive, and to support their reintegration into the general population of the jails. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby. And just in the interest of keeping it short, I just want to state that I echo many of the statements and the sentiments expressed by you. We never would have voted for shackles had we understood what was being done, and we need to move to bring an end to that practice. And we need to move as part of restrictive housing making, and doing in this variance what we can to limit the time that young persons are in shackles and get rid of it, but also to move them through ESH. So thank you, Bobby. Jackie?
Jennifer, if I may just respond to that, I disagree with your characterization that ESH is solitary confinement. And ending up in ESH is not an outcome of being in jail for extended periods of time. And that is quite insulting to those people who are in our custody, who have spent considerable amount of time and have committed no infractions, do their time, participate in programs, and leave our custody without any issues. These are young men who end up in ESH because they have been adjudicated through a due process of committing serious violent acts against another. So to characterize it any other way is disingenuous, and it's insulting.
So if I may just respond to you, as I stated in my response to Board Member Cohen's remarks, I said that I agree with many of the statements that he expressed. So I did not say specifically that I share all of the statements that he expressed in the agreement with them. So for the record, I think that needs to be clearly stated. Thank you. Stanley, is there anything that you would like to add?
I think Jackie wanted to respond. I'll go after Jackie.
Oh, I'm sorry. She was cut off. I'm sorry about that. Forgive me.
Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Stanley. And I wanted first to echo the Chair's remarks and Bobby's remarks. I agree with much of what has been said and won't repeat it. I did want to ask a question in the vein of understanding the facts as well as possible. I understand from the briefing materials that we've been provided that in the most recent review period, a smaller percentage of reviews resulted in recommendations for progression in ESH. I want to understand what explains the decrease and what we're doing in the wake of that.
Hi, good morning. This is Chief Jennings. How are you? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Chief Jennings. So I just want to walk you through the steps in which I take, because I am the only one that can sign off for young adults to go into ESH. And so when we look at a 6-month snapshot, we've only had where I have placed 26 persons, 4 of which have been in ESH level 1 because of violent acts that they committed as a result of moving out. And so each one of these placements, I am looking at staff reports, injury reports, video, as opposed, and in addition to the adjudicated infractions that each one of these young men have received. And each and every person has only been placed in after a serious injury to a staff member or another incarcerated individual. So just to give you an analysis, in the month of January, we had no placements. In February, there was 1. In March, we had 11 people placed in for 1 incident after they viciously attacked another young man and caused a slashing. And then after the correction officer who was doing his job to protect him was viciously stomped out and assaulted, causing a serious injury to him. In April, we had 2 people. In May, there were 8 persons. And in June, there were only 4 persons placed in. So I don't use, or I'm not using this tool ad hoc. It's a thought process. I've also denied placements, feeling that we could better manage and assist a young person in our custody without going to ESH level 1. So there's a lot of thought around these placements. And so with me doing this as well, everything that I said I would do, we've done. We have not overutilized punitive segregation. I have not overutilized overrides, and we have done that. So to say that we're using it inappropriately, it's almost like I haven't taken the work that I've been doing seriously, and we have. Yeah.
What's the census right now in ESH young adult level 1?
We have 1 young adult in ESH level 1 and 7 in ESH. Where do we go?
All right, this is good morning. This is Warden Renee. I just want to add a point on certain criteria that will sit there and not allow an individual to level up. For example, if they engage in some type of negative behavior such as assaults on staff, splashings, cell fires, things of that nature, that would sit there and not be recommended to go to the next level. So we take is different, everything's case by case. So each individual comes down, we bring everything to the table as far as their incidents, program participation, any intelligence that we may have, the day-to-day routine as far as myself and my staff that's walking through the units, that's getting all this information. When we bring it down and we bring the inmate down, then of course we make our decision whether he's going to level up or regress. But anything that the criteria, like I said, that we use, of course, if it's something that he did, as far as it being a type of assaultive behavior, splashing, self-fires, things of that nature, that will hold him there, number one. I hope that brought some type of clarity to the progression.
So, Chief, let me just ask. So you said in March there was 11, April there was 2, May there were 8, and June there were 4. And
Right.
now we have 1. So did those folks who came in through those months, did they progress out to another level or back into general pop?
Some of them are back in RNDC and general population. Some have been blended and commingled, and others we have placed in 9 South and NIC.
But that's not ESH level 1.
No, we only have currently today 1 person in ESH level 1.
Thank you. Jackie, was you finished? I wasn't sure if you were finished.
Stanley, yes.
Okay. Are there other board members who would like to comment?
So I just like to add a comment. I think we are in a moment where I know Chair Jones has instructed and guided the work group to be really clear on what our work is. And our work going forward is about making sure that the institutions that are holding our community members are safe for the officers, safe for the detained people, safe for visitors. What we have before us today is a piece of a larger puzzle we need to put together to get to that place of safety for all, accountability, transparency. And so I would recommend that all of us just take a step back for a minute. I think the commissioner started her comments by saying, give us the room to do the work to end the solitary confinement, restrictive housing, to present to the board for rulemaking a model that has those elements in it. What we have before us with the young adults is a model that we agreed to. We didn't agree to all of the elements that came into it, but now we're at a place where we are going to develop a system that will fundamentally change all of this. And I would encourage the board and I would encourage the public to give us the room, come up with the solutions to end solitary confinement and the restrictions that we all agree don't create safety for officers, don't create safety for people who are detained, and that's what we have to work toward. So I would encourage everybody to allow that work to happen.
And I just want to appreciate what you're saying, Board Vice Chair Richards. I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Are you suggesting that the added condition, shortening the time period for review, is not aligned with that process?
I think what we had and what we're putting forth basically is a continuation of the variance that we had. We all agree it wasn't perfect, but we got it to a place, as Bobby said, over time, we got it to a place where we felt the frequency and the movement was really good. We were at a place at one point where the only way out of ESH was getting released. We significantly moved that by adding conditions that had the reviews happen and people move on. We had a little step back from the last reporting period where we seen more people elevate out, and we haven't seen that. But here's the reality, and I that's why I asked the chief this question. Based on our standard about how people go into ESH, there was 11 people that went in March, 2 people that went in April, 8 people that went in May, 4 people that went in June. I would like to look at, the chief said we only have 1 person in ESH level 1 right now. So that means that those folks all elevated out as the chief described. So I would encourage, let us do the work to reform all of this, and let's not piecemeal it.
Okay, thank you very much. I cannot see James or Michael, so I'm just going to ask if you have any comments or questions that you would like to share or present at this time.
Thank you, Chair. This is James. Mike, you first.
Okay, excuse me.
Chair, like I said, I agree with a lot of things being said. I think the department has made leaps and bounds from, I'm only gone for 4 years. And there were times when people were being punitive segregation for 600 days. So where we've come, where we were to where we are now, is just like amazing. I always said, and I've said this many times, that I felt the department should have had a better plan, that they should have designed a facility by just its structure to separate individuals instead of locking them in a cell, like a building that might have a shower or a TV, a rec yard where they could be separated, but yet have, distance, just by the structure itself. And I hope when they build new facilities, they would consider that. This way you don't have to lock an individual in one cell. That this is what should have been done when they decided to end punitive segregation programs. There was many before I left, and focusing on. I think mental health has got to be a huge issue, a huge push. So there's got to be so many different, things incorporated, and I'm hoping the committee that was formed would consider all those. But I think Chief Jennings has done an amazing job. She stuck to her word. Every time she said she was going to go, a little less, she went a little less. And, at this point, when I'm talking about punitive segregation, we're talking about the chairs, which the shackling is, we can all agree, it's a horrible thing. But compared to being locked in a cell and not being able to see or talk or being, confined, it's definitely, I think, putting a Band-Aid on a bad situation that we had. So just by getting them out the program, no, I don't like the chair idea either. I don't like the shackling, but if you gave me a choice, lock an individual in a cell for 23 hours out of the day, or let the individual come out to be able to, program and see other people and talk and communicate, I would jump at the chair. I was on a committee probably 6 years ago where we went to Washington State, where individuals were locked in a solitary confinement for years. And this is a program that they had to get people out the program, and it was very successful. I'm not advocating for the chairs. I'm not advocating for shackling. But I think right now, as Stanley said, give the department and give everybody a chance to really regroup and really make this thing work, and that's what I'm supporting at this point. I think that once again, the department has gone leaps and bounds. It's really trying its largest effort. The chief of the department being tasked to do this. There was a time when the chief wasn't tasked to do anything. It never even got to that level. So for it to have to get to that level, I think we're going in a great direction. I think the communication is going well between the board and the department. And I think, we need to support this. And like Stanley said, we need to move on, to better things. But just right now, have that pause to get it going in the right direction. And I really think it needs to go in the right direction, and I think it has been. I think everybody's, the spirit of intent, if people don't feel safe, nothing else matters. So keeping people feeling safe, I think is the most important thing that is in everybody's top list of what needs to be done. And I think if you're not concerned about that, then you don't belong in this forum. And I think everybody really, truly, I think the department wants to keep people safe. I think the board, I think everybody's on the same page. It's just how do we get there is the trick, and get there together. Because when we go separate and go in different directions, nothing ever gets done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Michael, do you have any comments you'd like to add at this point?
No, I'm ready to vote on Bobby's.
So we're going to move to a vote. Let me just state, though, that I think that there, in all of this, there is the balance that we are continually seeking to strike between safety, accountability, and support. And by support, I'm just going to go a little further and say treating people humanely. And so the concerns that have been raised, that have been voiced by Board Member Cohen, I think are concerns that we all should have, and should not in the least bit think that they fly or they go up against concerns around safety and accountability. And so I just think it's important to state that, you know, the aim that everybody, I believe, has, the shared goal, is to treat people humanely, but also ensuring safety and accountability. And you know, and I respect the work that has been done, and much more needs to be done. And I understand and appreciate that this is the spirit in which Board Member Cohen's request to add that condition has been presented, and I thank him for it. Let's move to a vote, and I will begin. I'm just looking at my screen. Board Member Cohen? I cannot.
Wait, what are we voting on?
We are voting on the variance with the conditions. I guess we first have to vote on the conditions as presented, as the additional conditions presented by Bobby Cohen and the others.
So we'll have two votes. We'll have a vote on the conditions and then a vote on the variance.
Correct. So we're both voting on the conditions first. I'm sorry, and thank you for asking for that clarification. Bobby?
I vote yes for the conditions.
Okay. Felipe? You vote for the condition? Okay.
I vote yes.
Jackie?
I vote yes.
Stanley?
I vote yes. I don't agree with condition 5, I think it is, but yes.
So yes overall. Okay. James?
I guess I'm going to vote no if condition 5 is in.
And Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And I vote yes, believing that we can do both ends. We can have the working group work these issues through and try to, in the process, reduce the time spent in channels. That's my belief. All right, Jackie, did you want to raise?
I just wanted to ask a question, whether the conditions we voted on included the length of time for the variance. And if so, what was that length of time?
I think we said a month.
3 months. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now we will move to a vote on the conditions, including the 3-month time frame. I will begin with Michael.
Yes.
I believe he said yes. James?
Yes.
James? Yes. Bobby?
Yes.
Jackie?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
And Stanley?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So the variance carries. All right, let us now move to the variance.
Excuse me, Chair. Chair. Just real quick. We voted on it. Maybe I misunderstood. We voted on the same thing, or the first vote was to decide for a vote, and the second one was for whether yes or no?
Yes, the first vote was to vote on the conditions that had been presented, including the shortening of the time for reviews. And once that passed, then we voted on the variance itself.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to change mine to no to stay consistent with what I was saying. Thank you.
Very good. Very much appreciated. And I believe that the vote still carries.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, let's move to the variance request regarding separation status. And Meg, I'm going to ask you to present the variance.
Sure. In July 2019, the department restarted using body scanners for the detection of contraband that may not be detected by a magnetometer or other such methods. When someone has a positive scan or refuses to be scanned, the department believes the person possesses contraband and places them in a highly restrictive housing area called separation status, which includes a person's confinement to an isolation cell for nearly 24 hours. DOC removes a person from the unit after the person receives a negative scan indicating the absence of contraband. Board staff reviewed the documentation associated with all 30 placements into the separation status unit between February and May of 2020. Board staff also reviewed the department's revised directive on the use of body scanners in separation status housing, which became effective on April 24th of 2020. Board staff found general improvements in the department's compliance with various conditions, 13 of which were codified in the department's updated directive. Board staff acknowledged the department's progress, but are concerned about a few things. One is longer lengths of stay in the unit. Two is increasing but relatively low rates of contraband recovery. Three, the department's generic 72-hour plans to encourage individuals' removal from separation status. And four, continued involvement of untrained staff in body scanner and separation status procedures. Between February and May of 2020, there were 30 separation status placements of 29 unique individuals. 22 or 73% of placements followed a positive body scan and 8 or 27% followed a refusal to scan. The average length of stay in the unit was 1 day and 22 hours. Most placements in separation status do not result in contraband recovery, though the rate of contraband recovery has increased. From February to May 2020, 13 or 43% of placements in separation status resulted in contraband recovery. 9 of these placements followed a positive scan and 4 followed a refusal to scan. Additionally, 13 of the 22 placements that followed a positive scan did not result in the recovery of contraband. In March, April, and May of 2020, over 50% of separation status placements each month resulted in contraband recovery, a marked increase from previous months. Of the 30 placements, 5 or 17% exceeded 72 hours in length, including 1 placement lasting 11 days, the maximum length of stay to date. The board's variance condition requires the department to develop an individualized plan for moving the person out of separation status whenever a person is in the unit for more than 72 hours and update the plan every 72 hours thereafter. Board staff reviewed all 72-hour plans for each of the 5 placements exceeding 72 hours. None of the plans noted or explicitly discussed the person's stated reasons for refusing to scan or surrender contraband, or how staff strategies were designed to target individual issues associated with placement. Though there has been consistent and marked improvement, the board has found that inadequately trained staff continue to be involved in body scanner and separation status procedures. The board recognizes that the COVID-19 pandemic has forced the department to suspend training at Bay Academy. However, in no case should untrained staff be operating machines that emit radiation or placing people in highly restrictive housing areas. The board found that appropriately trained staff completed 63% of all scans initiating placement and 67% of all scans resulting in removals. This is up from 33% and 41% respectively in the board's prior audits of December 2019 and January 2020 placements.
Okay. So I will now ask for the department to comment on the variance.
Yes, good morning. This is Chief Stoops speaking. Again, I would like to first address the stay of an individual in separation status for a period of 11 days. This individual was a unique challenge for us upon this person's entering into separation status prior to. Myself and members of my team and facility staff and other external units engaged this person and made all efforts, as we do with any individual prior to being transferred to separation status, to comply with the procedures regarding body scan operations and surrender the contraband. just to speak to the point regarding persons in separation status and reaching the 72-hour period regarding the action plans. Although it may not be captured or depicted totally in the action plans that are submitted and are individualized for each person, I can state with great confidence that each individual that's transferred into separation status is given individualized attention to address what is driving their non-compliant behavior to comply with body scanning procedures or to surrender contraband and submit to the body scanner operations so that they have a negative scan and be removed. I will place emphasis on the fact that as an agency, we make no efforts in placing persons in separation status. Our intentions and our goal is contraband recovery and safety for persons in custody, staff, and members of the public. I will state, with regards to this individual with the 11-day stay, each person is different, and what drives their non-compliant behavior times takes more than a day or two to get them to open up and clearly verbalize what it is that they need, that we as a department could assist them with to provide them in an environment that they feel comfortable and safe. And subsequently, with regards to this person and the amount of staff up to the commissioner's office and the chief's office that engage this person, we subsequently gain this young person's compliant. And to address the comments earlier as to whether contraband was recovered, yes, contraband was recovered. I was a person who went to visit this individual and engaged him and gained his compliance to surrender the contraband, and subsequently, immediately, he was removed from separation status. Our data as regards to contraband, they are the facts. We have received or recovered substantial amount of contraband. It's in the documents that were provided of the 100 placements from July 2019 to July the 6th. 208 contraband items were recovered, including scaffold and other weapons, as a result of body scanner operations. 51 of these contraband items were recovered for individuals after placement in separation status. 26 contraband items were recovered for individuals prior to a body scan, and 131 items were recovered immediately after, whereas none of those individuals were transferred into separation status.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to ask a board member for a motion to approve the variance to open discussion on the department's request. Before I do, though, if you could just once again, Meg, read the variance request.
Sure. So the variance, I'll read the conditions on the variance. This would be a 6-month variance. Condition 1, all newly admitted people in custody shall receive a medical and mental health intake per minimum standard section 3-04 prior to body scan. Condition 2, the department shall place a person in separation status only if the person 1 has a positive body scan or 2 refuses a body scan. Condition 3, the department shall A, house people in separation status within 4 hours of a positive scan or refusal to scan, absent extenuating circumstances, which shall be documented and communicated to the board in each instance. B, notify CHS of each person placed into and or released from separation status upon the conclusion of each tour. Each notification is to include a notification to pharmacy and individual specific information, i.e. name and book and case number. For people released from separation status, DOC shall provide CHS with the person's new housing location. C, CHS shall provide daily medical rounds to people housed in separation status and shall have the authority to determine if any person should be removed for clinical evaluation or treatment. D, institute 1 correction officer to 1 person custody observation of each person throughout placement in separation status and fully document such observation. E, by the next business day, notify the board in writing of any instance any instances in which an individual is denied the opportunity to receive a daily scan and provide the reasons for such denial. F, provide opportunities for regular visiting and attorney visiting by a secure video conferencing system that the department shall have in place starting December 1, 2019. G, the department shall consult with the Office of Court Administration on producing people in separation status to court and shall produce any person to court orders to be present. If the court requests that the person not be produced, the department shall, to the extent possible, enable the person to participate in his court proceeding through a secure video conferencing system. Condition 4, when a person remains in separation status for 72 hours, the chief of department, the bureau chief of security, and the GRVC warden or the committee shall meet to develop a plan for moving the person out of separation status. The committee shall meet and develop a plan every 72 hours until the person is moved out of separation status. The department shall provide each written plan to the board within 1 business day of the committee's meeting. Condition 5, upon request, loose legal materials shall be provided to people in separation status. This shall include legal mail and law library requests. The department may institute limits on the number of loose leaf pages a person may have in the person's cell at any given time. Condition 6, when a person remains in separation status for 48 hours, the department shall begin to afford 1 hour per day of indoor recreation. Recreation will be provided on the housing unit in a closed space set outside of the person's assigned cell. Recreation space shall include appropriate recreation equipment. Condition 7, the department shall not limit the number or duration of confidential calls to attorneys, the Board of Correction, the Department of Investigation, or any other monitoring body. Condition 8, signs shall be posted at intake to advise individuals in custody that they can, 1, make complaints about body scanners and scanning to DOC's Office of Constituent and Grievance Services or 311, and 2, upon release from DOC custody, request the total accumulated radiation exposure from all body scans of that person conducted during the incarceration. Condition 9, by the next business day of a person's placement in and release from separation status, the department shall provide the board access to all supporting documentation related to the person's placement and release. The department shall provide the board with a monthly public report on the implementation of separation status. The requirements for the notification and report are outlined in Appendix A hereto. Condition 10, the department shall offer a daily opportunity to body scan each person in separation status. Condition 11, the department shall provide access to newspapers. The department may limit the number of newspapers that a person may have in cell at any one time.
All right. Let us now move to open the discussion. So I'm going to ask a board member for a motion to approve the variance to open the discussion.
Move the item.
Thank you, and seconded by Jackie. All right. I'd like to hear from board members any comments, questions, thoughts, concerns that you have concerning the variance and the conditions.
A question to the chief. You on our audit, it says that a smaller percentage of the people who were scanned positively had resulted in contraband, and you're saying that the majority of people had contraband. What is the? Could you explain that?
So, for clarity, I'm not stating that the majority of the people who have had a positive scan is a dominant with regards to contraband discovery. I just spoke about 3 systems with regards to contraband recovery: persons who surrender contraband in separation status, person who surrender contraband after a positive scan, and persons who surrender contraband prior to a scan. So it is 3 different avenues of how we recover contraband. However, of course, we have recovered a substantial amount of contraband as a result of a person having a positive body scan.
Okay, that's, yeah, I want to focus on that group.
You want to focus on contraband recovered after a positive scan.
Correct.
Right, so just to provide some context, I'll go back to June. So during the month of June, one individual after a positive body scan surrendered one institutional razor. During the month of June, one individual after a positive body scan surrendered 1.5-inch non-institutional razor wrapped in black tape. One individual surrendered 1 2-inch hobby razor secreted in a pen cap. During the month of June, after a positive body scan, one individual surrendered 1.5-inch single-edge razor wrapped in tape. During the month of June, one individual after a positive body scan surrendered 1 6-inch sharpened piece of metal with the after positive scan. During the month of June, one individual surrendered 1 single-edge razor after a positive scan. Then we have another individual surrendered one sharpened piece of metal after a positive scan. And lastly, we had an individual in the month of June surrendered 1 2.25-inch sharpened razor inside a pen cap wrapped in tape. So that is the contraband recovery during the month of June after a positive body scan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others who would like to comment? Ask questions? Jackie?
Hey, it's Michael.
Michael, okay, please go ahead.
Chief, you know, I've talked in favor of body scans before.
Yes.
I think they're a terrific tool. What you're talking about today is good. You know, we asked you at the last meeting, really pay attention to this training issue. I'm very disappointed to hear that untrained people continue to monitor. And I know that these are very difficult times, but try to figure that one out. Okay, Chief?
Yes, but I would like to comment on that statement.
Please do. Please do. I didn't mean to.
As it pertains to individuals who have received both body scanner operation training and image evaluation, I would state, as we all know, training was slowed down due to COVID. However, as it pertains to persons who are authorizing placement into separation status and removals from separation status, those persons have been trained in image evaluation. That is members of the Operation Security Intelligence Unit at the level of an assistant deputy warden. There are 3 layers to this. You have the correction officer who operates the body scanner. You have the tour captain in the intake who supervises the intake and the correction officer. Then you have the assistant deputy warden who's a tour commander who's commanding the tour. So during that process, even if the captain who is supervising the correction officer is not trained, or maybe the tour commander who's on duty due to COVID and the slowdown with our training as a whole, ultimately the last layer of authorization to separation status is a trained individual for placement in the separation status and removal.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief.
Thank you. Jackie?
Thank you. And thank you, Chief, for your explanations. And thank you very much, in particular, for addressing the very, very long stay in separation status. I found that to be really deeply concerning, as is overall data regarding the increased length of stay in separation status. And I appreciate everything that you said about individualized reviews. And I want to hear more about them And in particular, I'd like to hear more about lessons you've learned from the individualized reviews that are done after long stays or in the midst of long stays in separation status, about the reasons why individuals are refusing scans or not surrendering contraband. And I want to know how you're putting those lessons that you're learning from your on the ground practice to use, and how those lessons are informing your approach as you move on through the use of separation status in the jails. So, how are you using those lessons in the service of reducing the amount of time individuals moving forward will spend in separation status? I also have a separate question, but related. I think you mentioned the individualized reviews, the individualized nature of those reviews is not always reflected in the documentation of the reviews that is provided to the board and reviewed on an ongoing basis. And I'd like to hear fully understanding the challenges of achieving detailed, accurate documentation. I'd like to hear what steps you're taking to strengthen that documentation and ensure that it really does, as well as possible, reflect the individualized nature of your reviews on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. I was first respond to your first question regarding the time spent in the separation status by individual. I would state, based on my experience and my training, that each individual is different and has a unique set of circumstances. So it's not a one-size-fit-all approach. When persons are in separation status, what I have learned, and members of my team and other stakeholders have learned, is that engagement is very important, and the approach is even more important when you begin to engage these individuals to gain their trust, that they are willing to speak with you and be honest with you, to verbalize to you what is driving their behavior to be non-compliant with the body scanner operations, or why are they refusing to surrender contraband when we clearly know that they are in possession of the contraband items. So what I've found that it may take longer from some persons to agree to open up and speak to you and really tells what is driving that behavior. What I have found, the majority of the reasons are sometimes it's around fear. And sometimes people egos don't allow them to verbalize that quite candidly at the onset. So it takes deeper conversations and sometimes lengthy conversations, again, which takes longer than one day. But I have found that through continued positive engagement and trying to come up with a strategy on how to make this person feel comfortable in their next move upon complying with the separation status policy, has been a win with regards to the organizations of gaining compliance and moving a person out of separation status. Although not as quickly sometimes as we may wish, however, I would say that as an organization, the average length of stay being 1 day, 22 hours, shows that our efforts of not putting people there and leaving them there is continued engagement and moving through the unit and gaining compliant within a time frame, not perfect, minus those circumstances where individuals present some unique challenges and have their own goals as to how they were going to be removed from the unit. What I've learned with regards to the action plans that are submitted in the language of the report, which states that they are somewhat boilerplate language. And I state for the record that they are not a true depiction of all that takes place when a person is in these units, and with the recommendation from the board that the plans be individualized. I would just like to share with you just one case, which the case we were talking about, the 11-day stay, and what I've learned. I've learned that it is not a one-person operation, and there are times that they may take several other departmental units and external resources to gain the person compliant with getting out of these units and gaining the compliance. So with regards to the 11-day stay, you have persons in the facility level, from the frontline correction officer, the assistant deputy wardens, the captain, the deputy wardens, the wardens. You have persons from the Central Intelligence Bureau. You have people from the Operations of Security Intelligence Bureau. You have people from the Chief of Department's office. You have people from the Commissioner's office, the Commissioner herself, Chief of Staff. So I've learned that with that type of engagement, and I have reviewed several of the action plans, and those efforts of engagement were not clearly depicted or memorialized in the action plan. So our efforts to improve that will be to ensure that all of the efforts that goes into engaging these individuals to gain their compliance, to comply with the process, is depicted in those reports that are submitted to the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there other board members who, Bobby, please?
Yes, the board has a very long set of conditions on this variance because it is the most severe form of solitary confinement that exists in the department right now.
So,
I mean,
if I may comment.
I didn't finish. Can I just finish? I didn't make my comment yet. Well, go ahead. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
I just wanted to add that separation status compared to solitary confinement, there's a difference. Persons in solitary confinement have broken departmental inmate rules and have gone through a due process and have been found guilty during an adjudication hearing. And the disposition is the penalty of days in penal sec. As it pertains to separation status, individuals who are placed in the separation status have a choice. They does not have to go to separation. They can just voluntarily surrender the contraband or after positive scan, or they could, prior to refusal by the scan, and simply go back into general population and have all the services that are afforded to the general population individuals in custody.
We don't completely agree with that. Most people there never even is any recovery from when they're placed in separation status. So it's really, I was describing the conditions that they're in. Has anybody had any other questions of you? Has anybody had any recreation?
Each individual, with regards to being placed in separation status, we updated and revised our orientation form. Each person is given a form upon entry, in addition to the correction officer who is transferring, give them a verbal briefing of all the services that they are entitled to. If you're a person who does not work out prior to coming to separation status,
I'm just asking whether anybody has gone to recreation.
I'm sorry?
I just want to know if anybody has gone to recreation.
No one has chosen to go. It's been afforded.
Okay, has anybody gotten a video visit?
While in separation status, no.
Okay. And have you done any analysis of the false positive scan?
I have not, sir.
Does the department intend to try to understand whether it's a technological issue, whether it's a training issue? I mean, you still are having people operate the scanning equipment who have not been trained in its use. That could be a possibility as well. I just wonder, if you have a plan you don't have a plan to do that?
I'm not understanding your question. Please repeat your question, Bobby.
There are many of scans which are positive, but turns out there's no contraband. So the scan is finding something that's not there. Are you doing an analysis to figure what the reason for that is? Is it a problem with the machinery? Is it a problem of calibration?
So
Untrained people doing the scanning, or is it something that where you
So
try to understand that?
I'll respond to that question regarding non-recovery based on the experience in the unit. There are certain items that persons have in their possession that they are actually able to rid themselves of after having a positive scan. I consulted with certain individuals, and some of the items being, if it is a granular type of substance, a powdery, persons in custody are able to mix that into their body secretions. And as an agency, we have no way of recovering that item.
Okay. That's helpful. And you think that's the main reason that that you get positive
I'm
scans
not going to
without
state
recovery?
that that is the main reason. I'm going to simply state that that is among the reasons.
And just back again to the increased length of stay for some people. The average length of stay is very low, as you said, and that's great. But do you have any idea why there are these long lengths of stays we haven't seen before? These 3, 5 days and 11 days.
Full of shit. Well, they defending it. I'm sorry, if there's some, Bennett, would you please mute everyone who is not speaking? Okay. Thank you. Bobby?
Yes, so I heard your question, Bobby. So as an agency, again, we do not want anyone to remain in separation status for any length of time. However, that is our reality. And again, I will state, as I've said previously, we make efforts to engage these individuals so that we can gain their compliance and to remove them from the status as quickly as possible. There is no direct answer to why one answer that will fit every person that has stayed in separation for a lengthy amount of time. When we talk about lengthy, longest being 11 days, a person being 5 days, another person being 4 days, where we said about 5 persons during the course of the time that we have utilized the body scanners have exceeded the 72-hour time frame.
Bobby, we can't hear you. Bennett, please unmute Bobby okay, Bobby.
Well, Chief, I appreciate what you're saying, and I hope that perhaps when we have the opportunity to see the documentation of what's going on in these lengthier stays, we'll understand why the person is not being is spending so much more time there, or what the difficulties are. So we really do urge you to individualize those forms rather than the way they've been coming out right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobby.
Thank you, Jackie.
I would suggest, I hope I'm in order in suggesting this, that as the board moves forward and considers renewing this variance, in light of these questions and the ongoing need to fully engage on the oversight of separation status, that if we are to move forward with the variance, we move forward to authorize a variance for 3 months.
Thank you. We'll have to consider that as a condition to be voted upon. Are there other comments, questions, thoughts, concerns? All right.
Jennifer, I realize, to the condition point, I realize that inadvertently read an outdated version of the variance. There are a few conditions that had changed in the February version. So I can read those conditions just so everyone is.
I think it's important to read those conditions and to, at this point, if we can add the condition just presented by Board Member Sherman concerning time.
Okay. So it would be a variance for 3 months, but renewing the conditions established in the February variance. The condition 2 is all staff operating or supervising scanners shall have completed radiation safety and body scanner operation training. All staff reviewing and approving separation status placements and removals, tour commanders, and OSIU staff shall have completed training on image evaluation, i.e. body scanner operator training, which includes training on image evaluation or other image evaluation training. Condition 6, the department shall afford 1 hour per day of indoor recreation for people in separation status. Recreation will be provided on the housing unit in a closed space, but outside of the person's assigned cell. Recreation space shall include appropriate recreation equipment. Condition 11, the department shall provide access to newspapers and magazines. The department may limit the number of newspapers and magazines that a person may have in cell at any one time. Condition 13, upon placement, all people in separation status shall be provided with verbal and written information on how to access services, all restrictions to services while in the unit, the right to a daily scan, the potential risks of ingesting or secreting contraband, and the right to individualized counseling on these risks, and an assessment by clinical staff in a clinical setting. This information shall be readily available in the separation status unit in both English and Spanish, and any other language the department deems necessary. And finally, condition 15, the department shall provide access to media via phone calls. Media interviews via phone shall be scheduled via requirements of minimum standard section 1-14B and DOC's media access policy. Apologies for that.
All righty. Thank you. All right. Having now heard the most recent conditions and the condition for a 3-month variance, are there any additional comments, questions, thoughts? Hearing none, let us move to a vote on the conditions. And I'm going to request a motion to move on all conditions. If people have
so moved.
Okay, Michael, is there a second?
Yes.
Is that James and Jackie? Okay, good deal. So we have a motion to move on all conditions, and it's been approved. Let's move to a vote on the variance. I will begin with you, James.
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bobby?
I am voting yes, but I do want to say that it's, it is a problem that nobody gets visits, a problem that nobody gets for recreation, it's a problem that this thing is going on longer, and really, I think the board really needs to see a better program there. I don't know, I'm not saying that the department is not working hard in it, but maybe it's hard to do things that are where you're really depriving people of liberty at the level that we are in this meeting. So I'm voting yes, but I don't know that the board should continue this program if it continues this way.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
Yes.
Felipe?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, the variance passes. So we will now turn to the last variance on the agenda for the day, the CHS variance request regarding psychotropic medication schedule and tuberculosis testing. Meg, please present.
Sure. CHS has requested renewal of longstanding variances regarding sharing psychotropic medication and tuberculosis screening. In January 2017, the board unanimously passed a resolution to pursue rulemaking to integrate these variances into the minimum standards, but have not yet done so due to capacity constraints. The psychotropic medication variance allows psychiatrists to see and evaluate stable adult patients on psychotropic medications that affect mental function, behavior, and experience in general population at least every 28 days rather than every 14 days. CHS says that this is consistent with the current community standard. As of June 2020, 37% of the jail population had a psychotropic medication prescription. 1,440 people had a psychotropic medication prescription out of 3,927 people held in the jail. This is the highest reported rate since the data was first reported in June of 2013. The previous high was 34% in January of 2020. The number of people with psychotropic prescriptions has decreased by 530 people since January, which is a 27% decrease. However, the decrease did not keep pace with the overall population decrease, which was 33%. Of the 1,440 people on psychotropic medication in June of 2020, 51% were on a schedule of 15 to 28 days. A greater proportion of people on psychotropic medication are on a 15 to 28 day schedule compared to the last reporting period when 42% of people on psychotropic medication were on a 15 to 28 day schedule. The board first granted the tuberculosis testing variance in July 2013. This variance allows CHS to use either interferon gamma release assays, IGRA, or TST for tuberculosis screening, and to exempt from repeat screening those persons who have a documented negative test in the 6 months prior to their admission. Both of these variances are 6-month renewals, and there are no conditions on either.
Right. I will now ask a board member for a motion to approve the variance to open discussion on the document request. Jackie has voted and Bobby has seconded. Discussion? Anyone? Okay, hearing none, let's move to vote on the variance itself. I'll begin with Jacqueline.
Yes.
Okay, Felipe? Bobby?
Yes.
Stanley?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
And James?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. The variance carries. All right, that concludes the variance renewals and new conditions for this meeting. We will move on to report on the sick call hotline and then the CHS and DOC coronavirus 2019 update. And then finally, and then the Nunez report update, and then we'll move to public comment. So Meg, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you. In March 2020, CHS presented to the board that it was introducing a new sick call triage service that would operate weekday mornings from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m., during which time patients can directly call CHS nurses about their concern. CHS nurses will determine if the concern can be handled administratively, telephonically, or during an in-person appointment in a new visit type known as sick visit. The board has received complaints about people in custody calling the hotline and no one picking up and no response to voicemail. There has also been confusion as to whether the hotline is for mental health services and when a person should expect to receive a call to the clinic if requesting to see a clinician via the hotline. At both the May and June public meetings, board members requested quality assurance practices for the hotline and utilization data. Today, CHS is available to provide an update to the board, and I will turn it over to them now.
I think it's still morning. Good morning. It's Patsy Yang, Senior Vice President for Correctional Health Services. Actually, our presentation earlier this year was about our re-envisioning project initiative, which includes sick call triage was one aspect of it. So we did, after the discussion last month and the request for an update, just to remind people, since it's been a while, The re-envisioning had three parts. One was intake, where we have nurses doing intake backed up by telehealth providers, conducting intake. These are what was originally planned at VC, RNDC, and MDC from 6 to 11 a.m. and from 4 to 8 p.m. AMKC and Rosie's would continue to have intake around the clock, also done by nurses with backup by telehealth providers. The second component was how we did sick call. We introduced a new service called sick call triage, where people in our housing units could call us directly during certain hours. And then that would allow us to triage, whether telephonically or administratively, or have somebody be brought into clinic to be seen. The third component was the team-based medical care, where we proposed to have primary care teams responsible for the care of the whole patient, accountable for care over time. Intake, in December of 2019, the mean time to complete an intake by us was 5.8 hours. Following the implementation of our new intake workflow, the mean dropped by 28% to 4.2%, to 4.2 hours, sorry. The appearance of COVID, though, sort of took us off track for the intake pilot, not a pilot, but a rollout. RNDC and BCBC were closed during intake, and later in March, EMTC was open for symptomatic admissions and MDC for asymptomatic admissions. Because of COVID and all the movement around there, we actually did not end up suspending the time in the other than Rosie's and AMKC, but we are picking that back up with the pause that we're in right now. But again, even in a short period of time between our implementation at the beginning of the year and COVID appearing in mid-March, we saw almost 30% drop in the time it took to complete an intake. Sick call triage, which is what I think people really are excited about. We introduced this new service where people can call directly from their housing units and speak with our nurses. A total from between April 8th and June 23rd, a total of almost 6,500 calls were placed during the scheduled hours of 5 to 10 a.m. Again, those are 5 hours where people can call and speak with us directly. 82% of those during that period of time were answered directly live. 18% went to voicemail during those scheduled hours. We know we had a lot of staff outages. Our nurses were getting sick as well, so coverage became an issue there. Nonetheless, this was the start of our sick call triage, which is a supplemental service. It does not replace what people can still do, which is ask DOC for sick call. During that same period of time, 4,424 calls were placed by patients during outside of the scheduled hours. As of Monday, this is a bit reverse. So as of this past Monday, yesterday, we extended our scheduled hours to noon. So we put in an extra 2 hours. We think that will reduce significantly the number of, probably cut in half, maybe, the percent of calls made during those scheduled hours that go to voicemail. Every voicemail, regardless of whether it was made during the scheduled hours or outside, are followed up within 24 hours on weekdays and 48 hours on weekends, and they're reviewed case by case. What I think people really would be excited to know about is that because we now get those calls directly from patients and we triage them, 44% of those calls were resolved over the phone. That meant a significant reduction in the demand for DOC to produce people to clinic for things that we could just have handled administratively over the phone. Explain something, get a medication renewal, make them an appointment for a dental clinic, get glasses. I mean, I think you see the list up there. That's almost half the reduction in those. 55% of those calls did result in our determination that we should have the patient come to clinic to be seen. 92% of those were requested and completed within 24 hours. The remaining 7% were determined not to need to be brought in within 24 hours, so they were outside of a day. That was 7% of those. 1% of those that were beyond 24 of the 55 and the 44 were because people were discharged for the clinic appointment could be made. Let's see. And I should not not make light of the fact that That's 99% of those people who we triaged and determined needed to come to clinic to be seen. We asked DOC to bring them, and 99% of them were brought down. This is a result of refocused efforts, our strong partnership with DOC, what Ms. Arias, our Chief Nursing Officer, has done with her staff to work closely with Mr. Castellanos and his staff in operations, to really focus on production of people who we've already had some conversation with. We want to see them and to make sure that they get brought to us. It's really, it's a triumph. It's a real good sign, we think. You know, this is something, Dr. Cohen, I know you've always been interested in what the denominator was of people who we thought needed to be seen and were seen, and this is the beginning of some numbers. And I know that another piece is a local law that took effect. It will also shed more light into clinic production. But this is great news, and we really appreciate DOC working with us on this. The third component was team-based care, which beginning of the year and prior to COVID, we did some preparation. This is really assigning people to a team of providers who will follow you over time. There's new workloads, workflows that need to be developed to figure out how to assign folks to the right teams based on where their housing was. Some IT work, some certainly staff training and conversation about how to do this. But then COVID happened. And given the amount of facility fluctuation and patients being moved and housed depending on where they were in the COVID spectrum, it just made it unreasonable to try and roll out a team-based model of care during that period of time. But feeling a bit of a pause now, we are planning to pick that back up beginning in next month. We are going to begin rolling out team-based care at some of the non-intake facilities. We're going to do some QA. We're going to check our workflows, make sure that everything's working as we expect them to. And hopefully by the fall, we are going to have a system-wide implementation of team-based care, which is also something that we're, in terms of quality of care, really excited about. So that's my update.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice President Yang. Are there any questions that the board has for CHS concerning this? Okay. Again, thank you. And we now will move on to, we'll move on to an update on COVID-2019. We have asked the department and CHS to provide an update on the response to the COVID crisis. We continue, as I said at the beginning of our meeting, to continue to recognize and to thank DOC and CHS staff and leadership for their collaboration, creativity, and hard work throughout the pandemic. We again want to recognize and thank advocates, defenders, families, and family members of persons who are detained, and friends, people in custody, and providers for their advocacy and their hard work in advocating for continued connection to community, access to care and services, and information on the pandemic. Finally, I want to again thank the board staff for their tireless work to monitor conditions in the jails, providing the public with information, raising issues for DOC and CHS, and providing a space for people in custody, families, friends, advocates, and defenders to raise their concerns as the pandemic has progressed and continues. The board continues to publish weekly COVID-19 data reports on its website. As of July 3rd, there were only 31 people in custody under observation by CHS. Those persons were confirmed or symptomatic patients in DOC facilities, and that number excludes hospitalized patients. In total, there have been 309 people in custody who had COVID-19, including people who have recovered and people currently hospitalized. There have been 3 deaths in custody due to COVID-19, none since the June public meeting. At the board's June 20th public meeting, CHS reported that identification of new COVID cases was limited to new admissions. Additionally, CHS reported that all new admissions are offered a COVID test. However, a significant number of new admissions refused the test. And at this point, we cannot make them take it. Additionally, there have been a total of 201 CHS staff members and 1,418 DOC staff members diagnosed with COVID-19. Since June 19, DOC staff cases have only increased by 2 people. That's good news. On May 28th, the City Council passed, in 1954-20, which requires the department and CHS to issue weekly reports including testing and hospitalization data to the public during public health emergencies, including the current crisis, including COVID-19, to publish a timeline of significant events, and to provide weekly updates to incarcerated individuals. The law became effective on June 29th, and the first report was due on Friday, July 10th, covering June 29th to July 5th. Through the hard work of many criminal justice partners, the jail population decreased 31% from March 16th to April 29th, which represents a decrease of 1,725 people from 5,557 people on March 16th to a low of 3,832 people on April 29th. The July 3rd, 2020 population was 3,929 people and was relatively steady in June. We invite board members at this time to raise questions for CHS and for the department concerning COVID-19 and the update. Bobby?
Yes, to CHS, would you be able to provide the board your latest updated policies on COVID in terms of quarantining, testing, intake, et cetera?
Is CHS with us? Bennett? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi,
did
this
you
is Dr.
hear
McDonald.
Bobby's question?
Yes, we did. Thank you. Yes, Bobby, we'd be happy to share the latest version of the protocol that we've shared with you previously.
Thank you. And do you have any, as you did at the very beginning, do you have a plan, if you could talk to us at all about it, for what is called a second wave? I mean, we of course nobody knows exactly or even what might happen, but do you anticipate an increase in New York City's Department of Corrections experience with COVID over the next 6 months, and what plans do you have for that? For example, will you keep? Do you think there's a need to keep the MTC open, or things like that? Things that you did because of the scope of the epidemic, and don't have to do right now because you don't have that scope. That's sort of my question.
Yes, absolutely, Bobby. I think we've learned a great deal about the virus during the course of our initial response and the range of strategies that need to be employed to minimize transmission. And I think that those strategies need to be responsive to the larger epidemiology of COVID in New York City. And so we are moving towards, the document that we shared with you was different phases of response to the initial wave. I think the framework is starting to move towards a response that can be ramped up or ramped down depending on how things change in the future. We have built workflows with our partners in DOC that will be durable and are still in place. We are still doing a lot of work around COVID, identifying patients with potential symptoms, testing. Thankfully, the results are far less positive these days, and we're identifying very few cases. So all those systems are in place, and the things that we've drawn down or backed off on, we have discussed with our partners in DOC the need to be ready to stand those up at a moment's notice, which in fact we did in the initial wave as well.
A follow-up on that, and it's a little detailed, but if there were to be another significant outbreak on Rikers Island, would you be following the nursing home strategies that CDC has been recommending, which they sort of offered a partial approval of that in their guidance of last week, their new testing, allowing for new testing strategies of asymptomatic?
So I think, I wouldn't encourage the application of nursing home protocols to a jail environment wholesale. I think there are elements of that guidance as well as elements of the CDC guidance that pertains to correctional facilities, as well as our own experience and our collaboration with systems across the country that would all go into, the response at a different level of transmission in the city than what we're seeing now. And certainly testing strategies would be responsive to that as well.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. There are other board members who would like to comment, ask questions. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, CHS and DOC. Meg, let's turn to the Nunez consent decree update.
Yep. Sure. The Nunez Independent Monitor filed their 9th report on May 29th, which covers the 6-month period from July 1, 2019 through December 31, 2019. Additionally, the court ordered the monitor to file a status report on July 2nd. The parties are now required to submit to the court a proposed remedial order by July 31st of 2020. The 9th report finds that the conditions that gave rise to the consent decree have not abated since the effective date over 4 years ago, and the desired outcomes are simply not yet evident. Whether examining use of force trends system-wide, by facility, or by age group, the number of incidents and use of force rates have increased, thus producing a concomitant high number of problem incidents and backlogs in both investigations and staff discipline over many monitoring periods. Further, the department's use of force rates during the 9th monitoring period reached their highest level since the consent judgment went into effect. According to the monitoring team, the lack of a marked decrease in the frequency of unnecessary and excessive force is due to, in part, the over-reliance on probe teams and alarms, the use of unnecessarily painful escort techniques, and unnecessary and improper use of OC spray, and hyper-confrontational staff behaviors. These problems are compounded by uniform leadership's inability to identify these aspects of staff misconduct, thus failing to address them with their subordinates. As a result, DOC remains in non-compliance with four of the most consequential provisions of the consent judgment: implementation of the use of force policy, timely and quality investigations, meaningful and adequate discipline, and reducing violence among young inmates. I believe Heidi Grossman is here and has a short presentation for the board before questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Heidi Grossman. I'm Deputy Commissioner for Legal Matters, and I, along with Assistant Commissioner Marshall Vogt, are going to present on the status of the compliance with the Nunez consent judgment. Assistant Commissioner Marshall Vogt is also the Assistant Commissioner for the Nunez Compliance Unit. So between the two of us, we're going to present on the areas of noncompliance, the investigations and accountability section on use of force, and the safety and supervision of 18-year-olds in DOC custody. But before we get into the presentation on our progress and what it is that we've been working on, I just want to emphasize to the board how important it is for the department to achieve compliance with the terms of the Nunez consent judgment. We appreciate the seriousness of the monitor's comments and findings in the 9th compliance report, and we are not satisfied with where we are, and we are committed to doing what we need to do to get to where we need to be. Before we get into the progress we've made in terms of addressing our non-compliance areas, I think it's very important to address the fact that we've been spending the last 4 years working on trying to set up the systems and the foundational requirements of 300 plus terms of a consent judgment. And while we have achieved compliance with 90% of partial or substantial compliance with over 90% of the terms, we know that the ultimate goal is to achieve compliance with the core provisions of the consent judgment, and we are not where we need to be. But this success so far needs to be acknowledged and embraced, because that has allowed us to develop the systems and transparency that we need now to focus on what it is that we have to achieve. To that end, I think what will be helpful is that, as noted in the Nunez 9 Monitor report, there are 35 provisions under the consent judgment that will either be terminated or no longer be actively monitored because of continued success. That's in areas with the camera coverage, developing data systems and tracking, training, and many other provisions. But again, we are not where we want to be. This has allowed us to now put those matters aside so that we can focus on what we need to be working on. So moving into investigations and accountability, what we wanted to talk about is, you may remember when we last presented before the board, we talked about the fact that one of the common themes that has come up with the monitor's report is that the department needs to align in their understanding of use of force, that we need to understand use of force up and down the chain of command, and that we need to do this so that we can also bring about culture change. And so our work on these core areas, we believe, will get us where we need to be. When we last spoke, we talked about our goal about standing up an intake squad. And that focus was designed to have a cadre of investigators work on all the new use of force cases coming in so that we can keep on track with the new investigations. We would be truncating the investigations to a 25-day period. And since we presented, we have actually stood up this intake squad, and we have seen very promising results early on. We have attorneys and investigators and supervisors are all investigating these incidents of misconduct. The new structure has completely eliminated the use of facility investigations. That was one of the issues that was a common problem. How do we centralize this? And we came up with this intake squad, and we've been able to eliminate the facility investigations. There are 46 investigators. There are 2 attorneys assigned to this intake squad. Between February 3rd, when we stood up this unit, and May 31st, there were a total of 2,100 use of force incidents. And as of July 9th, 1,773 of those incidents, which is about 84%, have been completely investigated and closed in the department's case management system, and that they do not require additional investigative steps. We believe this demonstrates that the new structure is working in processing investigations more quickly. And 100% of the cases during this time have completed initial intake investigations. So when considering the past backlog that was created under the old model, this is especially important, because if the department is no longer adding new cases to its backlog and processing investigations closer in time to the incidents, this will ultimately lead to more timely discipline where appropriate, which is one of the major aims of the Nunez consent judgment and the reforms that the departments have been pursuing. With respect to the investigation division's backlogged investigations, we've been working our investigation division has been working tirelessly along with trials to to close out these older, the investigation division has been working tirelessly to close out the older cases. And as the monitoring team reported, there were about 8,600 pending cases as of the last monitoring report. We have, since the report, we have closed almost 60% of those cases. So there are 40% remaining. And this is all done in light, notwithstanding our challenges with the COVID pandemic and all the challenges that the department has faced. We believe this demonstrates a commitment to really addressing the closure of the backlog. And we continue to work with the monitor to come up with timelines to aggressively complete the remaining backlog. I would note, similar to some of our challenges with the PREA backlog, that many of the investigations have been completed, even with that backlog. And we're really at many of them are at an administrative phase of having to write up the closing memo and close the cases. I would also note that we identified those cases that warranted discipline early on, so that way we didn't allow the statute of limitations to run in order to hold staff accountable. And so while some of the backlog may reflect that the investigations are open, many of those cases were still pursued and resulted in, and some of those cases resulted in discipline. Discipline and investigation is not the only answer. What we also have immediate action review committees, and we take immediate action when there's a need. So some of the options available to the department very early on after an incident will include suspending a staff member when necessary, removing a staff member from an assignment that is with incarcerated persons, reassigning them. Retraining, counseling, corrective interviews can also be part of the process early on. And we also have our early warning system, EISS, where we try to monitor staff moving forward who have had raised problems or concerns for the department. So with that, I'm going to move to have Assistant Commissioner Marshall Vogt all address the board with regard to some of the two other items, use of force and the safety and supervision of young people of 18 years old.
You know, before you do that, if I may just ask a question.
Sure.
Concerning the timeliness and the quality of investigations and meaningful and adequate discipline. Are we to receive your report, your comments as an indicator that in the next report we should see substantial progress, or is there more that you're doing?
There's more that we're doing, and I can say that with the closure of the backlog cases, we continue to work through the summer. We have a plan with a very ambitious schedule to eliminate the backlog on a staggered schedule through the summer, and then continuing until it's closed. And that may move into the fall towards the end of the year, but we're moving at a pace that we never anticipated. And I think that the fact that the beauty of this intake squad is that we're not adding to the backlog, we're keeping at pace. And that's something that to be frank, and the monitor has noted this, there are unintended consequences from the consent judgment because there were quite a great deal of burdensome requirements that the department had to follow with respect to certain types of investigations. For example, there's certain interviews that had to be taken place. And if the video evidence and our investigation showed that there was no need to do interviews of certain staff members, it ended up having an unintended consequence and delaying many of the investigations. And then, of course, that delay also causes a delay in disciplining. So I think we still have a lot more to go. So I'm not sure that the next compliance report will show that we've ended up disciplining the number of people, that we've completed the disciplinary process. But we have, we believe that the investigations will have made a lot of progress, and we're working on a staggered approach and working with the monitor to come up with an appropriate deadline to achieve the desired results.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Grossman. So I'm going to talk briefly about use of force and the department's initiatives to address the concerns of the monitoring team. And one of the purposes of the creation of the intake squad that DC Grossman just discussed was that we should have far more timely investigations into incidents. So the idea is that as incidents are investigated more timely, charges where appropriate will be drafted closer in time to incidents. And the idea is that as discipline comes down closer in time to use of force incidents, that will help set the tone and shape the message of what's appropriate under our use of force policy. That being said, we recognize that discipline alone will only go so far and cannot be the only means that we use to set the tone of what's appropriate. There has to be consistent messaging from our leadership within the facilities about what is tolerated under the use of force policy, and there also must be an alignment and a common understanding of what's permitted under that policy. And to that end, throughout 2020, we've worked very closely with the monitoring team to improve a process known as the use of force review process within our facilities. And briefly, what the use of force review process is that all facilities, independently of the investigation division, review all use of force incidents in their facility the following business day. They analyze staff behaviors and practices and assess if they're consistent with policy and procedures, and then finally take appropriate actions to reinforce any issues that are identified. And the reason these reviews are critical are because they reveal if the facility leadership understand and appreciate the issues with staff practices. And while this process was previously in effect, it's been revamped significantly to improve clarity about the responsibilities of our uniformed leadership in this process and how they should be assessing use of force. This process has been finalized and has been in effect since July of this year, and we expect to see more consistent messaging and alignment on what's permissible under our use of force policy coming from the uniformed leadership directly. Another further step that we take to ensure that there is alignment here is that we hold weekly meetings with a different facility to discuss Nunez-related issues and specifically incidents where there does appear to be a disconnect between the facility's assessment of an incident and the investigation division's assessment of an incident. What we do is we'll review video and pertinent documentation collectively as a team to go over the incident in detail, have the facility explain why they made their assessment, and then also discuss with the investigation division, who is a stakeholder at this meeting, about the issues that they identified. And the goal of this is to leave with a common understanding of the issues with the use of force incident and an alignment on how we should be managing these difficult, problematic situations. So the use of force reviews and the intake squad are a piece of the messaging to our uniformed leadership, one through the disciplinary process and one through consistent messaging through our uniformed leadership. However, we do have a couple of other initiatives that we utilize to address concerns with use of force. And one of these initiatives is a focus on what we call high needs individuals. And these are individuals in our custody who drive a disproportionate number of our problematic incidents. And what we do is we develop action plans for these individuals to ensure that we have a uniform and consistent approach to manage them, treat them, and also increase their own accountability and ownership of behavior with the goal of reducing use of force and violence associated with these individuals. Furthermore, as DC Grossman spoke about briefly, we have EISS, the early warning system, which is a means that we utilize to address staff who might have a pattern of engaging in problematic behavior. It might be a new staff member who is still learning the job, who needs further support to make sure that they have a successful, fulfilling career. It might be someone more tenured who needs a shift in their mindset about what's tolerated under policy. But this is very important because, again, it helps set the tone of what is tolerated under our policy. And to quote the monitoring team, this is directly from the report, staff members under EIS were still involved in multiple use of force incidents while on monitoring, but those uses of force were found to be necessary and appropriate and often demonstrated that the staff members had improved in their approach to using force. These findings are a positive indication of the effectiveness of the monitoring program. In the 9th reporting period, we had a significant increase in the number of staff members who were screened and staff who were ultimately selected for EISS, showing that this is a program that we have been increasing the use of over time. I briefly want to just discuss a few of the more positive developments that have been noted directly by the monitoring team. Before I get into that, I just want to make it clear this is not to minimize or understate the concerns of the monitoring team. But the goal here is just to show that in some areas there have been signs of progress, and it's important because it shapes a picture of what we're dealing with collectively as a department. So one of the positive developments noted by the monitor has been a reduction in incidents involving injury. In 2019, we had 25% of our use of force incidents involved injury compared to 34% in 2018, which is 9% reduction. And again, I'm going to quote the monitor's report. The rate of injury across the department is decreasing. And so one positive development is that overall, a smaller proportion of the department's uses of force have resulted in an injury than in the past. The monitoring team has also noted that there has been a reduction in the use of head strikes, which was one of the chief concerns that raised and brought about the Nunez consent decree. And again, I quote that over the past 4 years, the monitoring team has observed that the frequency of head strikes has declined and that staff are increasingly likely to use more appropriate techniques when responding to inmate resistance. Examples such as control holds, grasping or pushing inmates away to create distance. In this past monitor's report, we were given a substantial compliance rating with respect to the notification of use of force incidents. And again, to quote the monitoring team, the department has achieved substantial compliance with this provision as staff are routinely and consistently reporting use of force, and there are only a small number of incidents that appear to go unreported. And this is a reflection of our improved reporting structures and transparency that DC Grossman previously discussed. And then finally, in 2020, this would not yet be reflected because if you remember, the monitor's report only covered through the end of 2019 and was issued in May. But over the past several months, we have seen a significant drop in our total use of force numbers. And just to be clear, this exceeds the rate of reduction in our population. So it is not just a reflection on having less individuals in our custody. From April 2020 through June, we averaged 387 use of force incidents per month. This is compared to 678 incidents that we had in January 2019. And this represents a 43% reduction and the lowest totals we have seen over the past year and a half. So again, this is not to take away from the issues of the monitoring team, but it does show that there has been progress with respect to certain areas of Nunez and is evidence of a culture change that we are experiencing as a department. Finally, I'm going to talk briefly about the safety and supervision at RNDC, which is the facility that houses the vast majority of the 18-year-olds in our custody, which is the targeted population under the consent decree. And we previously reported to the board that we were working on a plan at RNDC to reduce the levels of violence. And RNDC has been a major focus for the department in changing the approach to manage those in our custody and the culture. And while this plan is still being finalized with the monitoring team, elements of it have already been implemented. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, there were certain elements of it that were delayed and postponed, but we are working to finalize that now in the near future. But just to give a brief update, it emphasizes the following elements to help improve the management of the population. Steady staffing, which is something that the monitoring team has noticed an improvement in. The development of new policies and procedures to better manage individuals at RNDC. Creation of new programming initiatives, including the use of case management, the implementation of gaming devices and tablets to reduce idle time and promote educational activities, positive reinforcement through items that can be earned, and then finally, the implementation of the unit management model to provide more oversight and supervision of these housing units. The department has gone through a number of, or initiated a bunch of different trainings aimed at culture change for our uniform leadership through the Dale Carnegie Institute. And more recently, we have rolled out a training known as Outward Mindset, which is a training done in collaboration with the Arbiter Institute. And Outward Mindset training is a very special training, and it is specific to law enforcement agencies to help change the mindset of uniformed staff and how they interact with others and approach problematic situations in a way that emphasizes with engaging with an individual and promoting de-escalation in an effective manner. At RNDC, we, based on the last numbers that I received, we had 247 total employees who were trained in Outward Mindset, including 32 non-uniform personnel. Unfortunately, due to COVID, this training was paused in March, but has since resumed this month. And even while we have been in the process of trying to implement this plan, there is signs of progress at RNDC that should be noted. Between January 2019 and May of this year, the rate of the use of force at the facility, so that's not just the raw numbers, but the actual rate, has dropped by 67%. The rate of fights during the same time period dropped by 74%. The rate of assaults on staff has dropped by 23%. And finally, the rate of level B and probe team responses during the same time also has dropped by 44%. So this is something we're looking into closely and analyzing to figure out what we can leverage from RNDC for other facilities. But we believe with the rollout of these other initiatives for RNDC, we're going to see continued improvement here. Ultimately, the culture change that the department's committed to is embedded in our new trainings that are being offered and through the development of policies and procedures that change the way we approach problematic situations. RNDC has been the focus so far, but the vision is to roll this out department-wide for all staff as it transcends not only how we engage with individuals in our custody, but also how we treat each other. The idea of implementing unit management is a key element of this culture change because it decentralizes our operations to allow for more direct oversight and more timely and quality responses to issues within our facilities. It fosters developing the necessary rapport with those in our custody and promotes a healthier environment for both our staff and individuals in our custody. And this emphasis on culture change and unit management in itself is aimed at reducing violence in our jails, including use of force, and over time we expect to see more results from these efforts. We believe we have taken the correct actions to address the most pressing issues highlighted by the monitor and completely understand and appreciate what needs to be done to achieve complete compliance with the settlement. We have provided substantive updates on prior initiatives that we have discussed with the board, which shows that this is more than just talk, but actual demonstrable progress in promoting change. And it's especially important to note that we have rolled out these initiatives even during a time when we have been simultaneously managing a pandemic. We spoke about the implementation of the intake squad previously. That has been implemented as of February 3rd this year, and we have seen great success so far. We have made significant progress in eliminating the backlog under the prior investigative structure, and we continue to expect to be chipping away at that backlog and working closely with the monitoring team. We spoke previously about the importance of how we are reviewing use of force incidents, and we've worked very closely with the monitor this reporting period to ensure better alignment within our facilities. We spoke about the RNDC plan and the goals there and some of the initial success we have seen at that facility. And then finally, the bigger culture change through the outward mindset training through Arbinger. While we still acknowledge that there's significant work to be done and that we face challenges to come into complete compliance with the settlement, we want to make it clear that we're absolutely committed to the reforms outlined in the Nunez consent decree, and we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively with the monitoring team in a productive manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Board members, comments, questions?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. In the report, the monitors spoke about a lack of accountability and supervision on the operation level in terms of people sort of changing the culture around use of force. Can you speak to what the department is doing around holding captains accountable and supervisors accountable for providing supervision and oversight of the officers?
Sure. So again, one of the goals that we had is to eventually implement this structure of unit management. And over the past 6 months, we have actually rolled out a new assistant deputy warden class who will be the future leaders in our facility. And one of the goals of having more assistant deputy wardens in our facilities is to provide more oversight at that captain level. And again, one of the goals of having a revamped use of force review process is to provide for more accountability directly in the housing areas by the uniform leadership at the warden level. So there are multiple ways we're tackling this. Again, one of the aims of having more assistant deputy wardens is to fill that void that the monitoring team has identified. But the other goal is also by having more consistent or an alignment of what is permitted under our policy and making sure that message gets out to the line staff and through discipline where appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I heard no regarding the decrease in the use of actually the decrease of alarms, but I didn't hear anything about decrease in use of OC, or did you allude to that? The use of OC within the time period you were reporting.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
The use of OC, pepper spray,
Yes.
within the time period you reported.
I would, Felipe, I think that the issue about OC spray, I think the key question is the use of force that staff use appropriate and necessary, whether it's OC spray, whether it's using de-escalation skills, whether we have a toolbox of different techniques to use. And so I guess the question is, as long as the use of force is appropriate and reasonable, that would be the way to kind of address that. So I'm not sure if that responds.
I mean, I heard percentages of a decrease in the use of in the decrease of alarms. I didn't hear anything regarding OC within the time period. Has it gone up? Has it gone down? The use of pepper spray?
Yeah. We have seen a decrease in our use of force numbers, which is associated with the decrease in the use of OC to respond to problematic incidents. Yes.
Others?
Is that part of the training to decrease the use of OC? I guess it's always to do the right thing, but is that something the department feels that it should be working towards at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we have a variety of initiatives through de-escalation training, and we previously reported on the use of transfer of learning as a mechanism to really emphasize how staff should be engaging in problematic situations. We always make it clear to our staff that force is a last resort after all other options have been exhausted. So that really comes through the reinforcing through whether it's role play training through the academy, and then also through our uniform leadership into jails to bring in staff and debrief where incidents could have been handled differently.
Thank you. I just want to say I really
have
appreciate.
a question. You said you're hiring more ADWs. Are you opening up more ADW lines, or are you just hiring ADWs to fill the people who are retiring? Like, for instance, you have it more unit management, or you're putting ADWs in areas that didn't exist before to increase the supervision, or are you just filling the lines that were, that you might have because of retirements and stuff?
So we are doing both. We are filling existing lines, and we're also adding additional coverage to actually do what Marshall has described with having smaller spans of control, and so that there's more supervision.
Yeah, but Chief, like in what line? Like you're adding ADWs for, like you have an ADW per tour. You have an extra ADW in a facility maybe to oversee what's going on, or are you adding stuff? Because I think more supervision would be a great idea, but where you putting them?
So we have broken it down each facility. So a facility like AMKC would get additional ADWs to fill, one, their existing vacancies, and two, to add unit managers to each facility.
Excellent. And I heard it broke up a few times, like there's a lot of decreases. Are we taking the decrease in population along to the decrease in the violence stat, or because I know if you talk about last year, we might have had 3,000 more inmates, which gives 3,000 more problems. Is that ratio being taken into consideration? Because I know it was breaking up. I was trying to listen and I didn't catch it all.
I apologize. So let me clarify. So with respect to RNDC, when we spoke about those decreases, that was not a decrease in total numbers. That was a decrease in the actual rate of violence. So that would incorporate any reductions in population. With respect to the,
good.
And that's also department-wide with the other numbers.
Speaking at the mic's muted for people who aren't speaking.
All right, let me just clarify, Stanley, on that question. Our population at the Department of Correction has been steadily declining at a pretty, aggressive clip for the duration of the Nunez consent judgment period. Yet, our use of force was steadily increasing. And now we had lots of discussion previously about the addition of cameras and the new use of force policy and the clear definition and the increase in staff reporting, which Marshall also identified that the ninth monitors report acknowledged that by and large, our staff now, that is culture change. They are reporting the force that they use. They are acknowledging that it happened. They're writing those reports, and very little force appears to be going unreported.
Resulting in little injury.
Exactly. But that being said, the use of force numbers were still not declining. What Marshall has identified, what we've just now discussed and reported, is that we are seeing a decline in the count and the rate of our use of force that far exceeds the recent reduction in population related to COVID. And so we are seeing something very positive happening specifically at RNDC, but across the department. And that's what we're acknowledging.
Are there other questions?
I did have a question. I wanted to hear a little bit more about the weekly meetings that are happening within the facilities, where video is reviewed and other materials are reviewed. I just wanted to understand who is participating in those meetings, and how are the proceedings of those meetings documented and used moving forward to reinforce forward progress?
So yes, the meetings are held on a weekly basis at the chief of department's office. And so at those meetings, I have Marshall Volk, we have DC Townsend, we have DC Feeney, we have Bureau Chief Scott, Assistant Chief Wimberg, and we have each week, the facility management teams are invited to come out so that we don't have too many people in a room and the message is convoluted. And actually, we're going over incidents as they're happening. We're talking about what the cast is seeing. We're talking about reports and what are the trends that each facility may or may not have.
And then, and as Jackie asked, is that documented anywhere? Is that conversation documented and reviewed?
So Stanley, if you're asking if we take notes and we pass them around and we give them out to team meetings, no, we do not.
Jackie, are you finished? Because I have one more question. Can you talk about the body cameras? Are the body cams part of that review process?
So when we talk about
Yeah, so
yes.
you want to take it, Chief?
Wait.
I'll take it for you, Chief.
Okay.
So yes, the body camera is a part of that process. If it's a facility that is online with the body cameras, the body camera is a part of the use of force incident. And that body camera footage, in addition to the Genetec footage, is reviewed and discussed during that meeting.
Correct. Any available video that's relevant to the incident, we will watch collectively as a team.
Okay.
So, a follow-up question to the no question, because it sounds like there's leadership that comes together to review the incidents, and you invite the facility leadership to come. I don't know if they are mandated to come as you're reviewing it, but they're invited to come.
They're mandated to attend.
They're absolutely mandated to be there. Yes.
So how do you disseminate the lessons learned? If you're reviewing what happened in a particular situation, how do you disseminate to other facilities and other leaders, hey, we just looked at this particular situation and we've seen that we could have done this a little differently? How does that get communicated to other leaders throughout the department as a result of this review that you have with all of the leaders?
So even outside of that weekly meeting, there are often alignment meetings that are done with the chiefs who bring in uniform leadership to go over problematic incidents to make sure that everyone is aligned on the issues that were identified, again, to walk away with that common understanding. So this is one of the means that we utilize to address this concern, but it's not the only means.
And so when those high-level discussions are held, those are pushed down through the line staff, through the transfer of learning initiative. So what the leaders see eventually gets down during roll calls to the transfer of learning, and the discussion that takes place at a higher level also takes place at the lower level. So everybody has the consistent message.
Great. And got it.
Any other questions? All right. Well, we thank you for your report and the update, and we look forward to the next report and hopefully seeing significant progress. Thank you very much. So we have reached the second public comment period for our meeting, and we have speakers who signed up. Again, we're going to call a person's name. When you hear your name, raise your hand using the hand icon in the participants list on the WebEx screen. And as I've said before, if you don't see the participants list, then click on the silhouette of a person on the menu at the bottom of your screen. And once you open up the participants list, you should see the hand icon, and that will enable you to raise your hand. When you raise your hand, we'll unmute you, and you can turn on your video then if you choose, and begin your public comment. You'll have 3 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next speaker. And again, we welcome written comment via email, comments to boc@boc.nyc.gov, or by mailing them to 1 Center Street, room 2212, New York, New York, 10007. So, Bennett, please help me with these speakers. If you can give us the name of the first speaker, that would be good.
Sure. The first speaker is Brandon Holmes, who I don't believe is in the meeting right now. The second speaker is Julia Curbs.
All right. Please raise your hand. Bennett, I don't see a hand raised.
Okay, let's move to the next one. The next speaker is Kayla Simpson.
All right. Kayla appeared to be here before, but now I don't see.
Okay, the next speaker.
Is Kayla here? I see her name again.
Yeah, her name is here, but I don't see a. Oh, there she is. Cool.
All right, Kayla?
Yes, hi.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean this sincerely. We are always glad to hear from the department that they are committed to addressing noncompliance with the core areas of the consent judgment, echoed again in the familiar refrain of the 9th report. And we have welcomed hearing ideas from the monitoring team about how to shift the culture at DOC. And we want to see what the coming weeks and months bring in this case. But we need to take a moment here to remember 2 things. First, if Nunez has shown us anything, it's that we need to check under the hood of new initiatives and messaging at public meetings. There have been many, many, many moments in the life of this case in which we have heard about a new practice that was going to cause real change. And the devil is truly in the details and the way they are implemented in a sustained manner. We look forward to the monitor's thorough analysis about that. But one of the findings that you'll see at the outset of the 9th report is, again, a failure to comply with the new use of force directive. Policy is not practice. And we are rooting for a sustained reduction in uses of force and improvements in investigation and discipline, but honestly, let's see it. The second thing I want to emphasize here is that we have to remember that 319 pages full of tables and terms of art makes it easy to lose what that means for people in custody, which is a systemic violence against a predominantly Black and brown population. In the community, you have cell phone cameras. You can bring the brutality right in front of your face. You can watch an officer in Bay Ridge escalate a situation, tase someone, arrest them, and you can decry the white and blue shirts at the scene. Why didn't they intervene? Where's the accountability from leadership and from prosecutors? Will there be any consequence? But the public doesn't have that. that footage from behind the walls at Rikers. We only get the windows like the Nunez Monitor reports, who can only offer us the words to describe staff like hyper-confrontational, unprofessional, aggressive, misuse of OC spray, misuse of painful escort techniques, and the failure to supervise. One quote is, "At the scene of an incident, supervisors often fail to intervene, allowing subordinate staff to escalate incidents or become part of the problem themselves by antagonizing, using profanity, and otherwise behaving inappropriately." And after broken investigation system, no consequences. There's no accountability on the streets, even less behind jail walls. And I just raise this in this moment to remind us of the stakes, not only for Nunez and what comes next there, but for what comes next here in this forum. Every Nunez report is hundreds of pages of operational failure and a culture that does not value the people in its custody. And that's not a culture to trust with discretion about isolation, how to manage a pandemic, or where to house young adults. Use of force policy is not use of force practice, and we ask the board to remember that and all the challenges we all face in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bennett?
Yeah, I believe Julia Curtis stepped back to her desk. There she is.
All right, please begin, Julia Curbs.
Here.
Hello. We can hear you. Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good morning. My name is Julia Curbs, and I am a corrections specialist at New York County Defender Services, a public defender office in Manhattan. Since the beginning of the pandemic, NYCDS staff have observed disturbing discrepancies between information provided by DOC on coronavirus protocols and reports from our clients on what is going on in the jails. As defenders, we aim to give our clients a voice and elevate their perspectives. So we launched a comprehensive survey to gather their observations in a standardized fashion. Our 25-question survey was designed to capture a variety of metrics that offer a thorough and detailed account of life inside New York City jails during the pandemic period. We received 47 responses from clients housed in 9 jails over the course of 6 weeks. And our data collection efforts represent an unprecedented body of information on coronavirus protocols in jails, reported honestly by those on the inside who are personally subjected to their effects. 51% of respondents identified as Black, 55% as Hispanic, and 23% were over age 50. Today, I will share just a few examples of egregious conditions in the jails. DOC announced on April 3, 2020 that all of their staff were required to wear masks. In spite of this, 68% of respondents stated that staff in their facilities do not wear masks at all times. On this same date, DOC announced that all people in custody would receive masks and that masks would remain available on an as-needed basis. The ambiguousness of the term as needed has most certainly been exploited, as 40% of respondents reported that they have been using the same mask for 1 to 3 weeks, and another 13% have been using the same mask for over 1 month. Social distancing is an essential mitigation technique, yet 75% of respondents reported being unable to socially distance when in the company of others. In a clear violation of DOC protocols, 75% of clients also report that there are regularly more than 10 people in the day room at a given time. An overarching theme of our clients' experiences is fear and uncertainty. Only 20% of respondents believe that sufficient measures are being taken in the jails to prevent the spread of coronavirus. An overwhelming 82% of clients responded no when asked if they felt safe in terms of avoiding coronavirus transmission. These concerns are wholly reasonable, given that 62% of respondents reported experiencing coronavirus symptoms since the beginning of the pandemic. Our report is currently in development and will be made publicly available upon completion. However, preliminary results suggest that DOC's announcements made to reassure the public about conditions in jails during the coronavirus crisis are vastly different from what our clients experience. We urge the board to take into consideration these perspectives and those of all incarcerated people to gain a fuller understanding of what is happening when we are not watching. We further implore the board to increase your monitoring of the conditions in DOC jails during the pandemic, if possible, to a greater extent than has been conducted thus far in the observational data reports. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
I believe that Brandon Holmes is back in the room.
Brandon Holmes, please raise your hand.
There we go.
All right, his hand is raised, and there he is. Please begin.
I'm submitting testimony on behalf of Sarita Daftery. I'm testifying today on behalf of Just Leadership USA and the Close Rikers campaign, and as a member of the Jails Action Coalition. I would like to share a short statement from a mother who asks that I bring her concern to the board. Quote, I'm writing this email on behalf of my loved one incarcerated in the city jail system. In May of 2020, this detainee made an anonymous phone call to 311 Complaint Center to report that a female CO was observing the men as they showered. At the time, he was detained at the Vernon C. Bain Center in the Bronx. A week later, he was called to the OIG and made to write a statement about the 311 phone call. He wrote the statement, still wondering how did they know that it was he who made the phone call. A month later, he was told that he had to pack up his stuff and was transferred to Rikers Island. He was transferred and given a higher classification, jumping from 14 to 21. Detainees in the city jail system are routinely treated like cattle at every turn. They are subjected to demeaning tactics. They are strip searched before and after even televisits. They are forced to stand outside their cells just after coming from the showers in their underwear, being told that they have to wait 45 minutes until the next option. She shared with us that she reported this incident of retaliation to 311, but never received a response. She was reluctant to share it with the Board of Corrections after that. We appreciate the work that this board has done, and we must honestly acknowledge the work that has not been sufficient to protect the lives, dignity, and human rights of incarcerated people. The reality is that much, much more must be done. It cannot wait, and it cannot be delayed by interference from an unwilling administration. This is an independent board, and you must use that independence to do what is needed and what is right with all possible urgency, because lives very much depend on it. On that point, I want to ask this board now for the third time about what could fairly be simple but illuminating action for the board to take. When will the board meet with the department leadership and the Nunez monitor to review the videos of use of forces by corrections officers which the monitor identifies as inappropriate, but which the department identifies as appropriate through their internal reviews? In the January board meeting, Dr. Cohen requested the opportunity for this joint review, and Commissioner Brand offered to bring this idea up to the monitor and get back to the board. This can be seen in the video at 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 48 seconds. We hope the results of this review can be reported to the public at the next board meeting. We have recently seen the reactions of people across the city, nation, and country to the video evidence of police aggression and escalation on streets. Incarcerated people and their loved ones know, and multiple federal monitor reports confirm that those same acts of aggression, escalation, and brutality are carried out by the New York City Department of Correction on a daily basis, but in secrecy, behind bars, and isolated on an island. Yet this department and board have celebrated progress in establishing video surveillance of, we are told, nearly all parts of the jails. But the accountability that should accompany that video surveillance is not happening. This board has the right to review that video evidence and a responsibility to incarcerated people to review those videos.
Okay. I have to ask, just out of respect for everyone, that the remainder of your testimony be submitted in writing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Jean?
Her hand is raised. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Please begin.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again today on behalf of my loved one who is currently in DOC custody. I want to raise a few concerns, and though each one individually may seem simple, collectively you will see the need for major systemic change. This whole system tests the will and spirit of those who are incarcerated and those of us on the outside who love them. For example, commissary. The supply and inventory management is horrendous. How can DOC be out of water for over a month on multiple occasions? How is it possible that stamps and envelopes are not available? The only battery available size is a DOC no longer sells a radio to fit. These items do not expire and should be stocked properly. Of the items available each week, limits are then placed on those items. Sometimes orders are not processed properly, and if you try to address your concerns with an officer, nothing gets resolved. Many rely on their commissary to eat due to flies and bugs often being found in trays provided by the DOC. In the time of COVID, incarcerated individuals are opting not to go to rec in order to avoid being searched by officers who refuse to put on clean, disposable gloves during pat frisks. This means people are not going outside for fresh air and exercise for the 1 hour they could be. My loved one is relying on this physical activity to help himself with some sort of physical rehabilitation since he hasn't been able to go to physical therapy since March, but he refuses to be touched with dirty gloves. Another source of frustration is the process to report issues and complaints. Filing grievances is often difficult and proves pointless. For that matter, grievance forms are not readily accessible in housing units, and submitting them can be even more difficult. Grievance boxes are not located in each house. Incarcerated individuals are allotted 5 minutes to call 311. I don't know if you've called 311 lately, but it can take 3 or 4 minutes just to get to the person on the phone after all the recordings and prompts. This does not leave enough time to file a complaint. On several occasions when I have called 311 on his behalf, I've been on the phone for 20 or more minutes. When an incarcerated individual calls the Board of Correction directly to file a complaint, those calls do deduct from phone time, and those calls are being recorded according to the message played at the beginning of the call, which they are not supposed to be. After filing complaints, most often no real resolution is reached anyway. A statement is taken from the person who filed it, but no change is actually affected. The backlog of complaints needs to be addressed. To respond to a little bit of what was stated today by CHS, currently my loved one has called the sick call hotline on Wednesday, July 8th, and has yet to be called to the clinic as of today. So as of today, the information reported does not accurately represent reality. These are just a few of some of the many issues. I could go on about the daily challenges, but these are just a glimpse I can share in these short minutes. Many of the things that DOC does to comply with directives are done poorly or at the bare minimum standard, if that. It's the purpose of the Board of Correction to hold the DOC accountable. I thank you for your work, and I implore you to continue doing just that. We need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person is Brad Maurer.
His hand is raised.
Hello?
Yes, you are here.
Thank
Please begin.
Thank you. So I'm a public defender, and last week I co-authored an op-ed piece with 2 epidemiologists in the Appeal, where we analyzed NYC jail's COVID testing data from the earlier months of the pandemic. We found that the jail's data did not support 2 important claims. 1, that the testing of the jail population during that time was aggressive, and 2, that new admissions were being universally tested as of May 19th. Nothing in yesterday's weekly report disturbs these findings. The simple fact remains that the scope of citywide testing broadened steadily and dramatically over time, whereas the jail testing regime continued to largely identify and test symptomatic individuals. The major exception to the jail's reactive testing approach has been new admissions, and the serious gaps we found in that testing are uncontradicted by the new report. New York City's approach to jail testing stands in stark contrast to some other jail and prison systems around the country, where truly universal testing of their jail population seems to have consistently revealed very high levels of asymptomatic spread. Our understanding of the asymptomatic spread in our jails is much more limited because we simply haven't looked. Another way to assess the aggressiveness of NYC's jail testing is to look at New York's nursing homes. At one point, Governor Cuomo mandated twice weekly testing for nursing home workers, following then emerging studies indicating that high-risk workers should be tested frequently to help contain the virus where they work. In addition, every single one of New York's nearly 90,000 nursing home residents was tested. Nursing homes and jails obviously are not perfectly analogous, but both are congregate settings whose populations are especially vulnerable to COVID-19, and the churn of people going in and out of jails is a significant source of infection and death in the broader community. Yet the policy approaches to testing in these 2 high-risk settings have been wildly different. The question is why? Why weren't we doing more aggressive testing during the first jail outbreak? Was it not enough tests, not enough healthy staff, political or financial reasons? Whatever the explanation, we should confront it so we can overcome any barriers to truly aggressive testing in our jails going forward. We all understand the stakes. New York City's reopening, outbreaks around the country are exploding, and actions by the mayor and the courts, combined with bail reform rollbacks, are raising serious concerns that New York City's jail population is about to increase. And let's be clear, CHS didn't roll back bail reform. CHS didn't put thousands of vulnerable majority Black people in an old rotting jail. CHS can't provide funding for increased testing, and CHS isn't going to be responsible when the virus comes back. But the virus is going to come back. We have to get many more people out of jail before it does. Beyond their heroic and selfless care for those stuck in New York City jails, CHS can contribute to this effort by involving defenders and the public in an honest conversation about the very real limits CHS is up against, whether practical or political, in responding to further outbreaks. Anything less than full transparency and truly aggressive action, and I fear we're doomed to repeat our recent history rotten with unnecessary sickness and death. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Ashaki Antoine. I don't believe she's still here. The next speaker after that is Zachary Katz-Nelson.
Hand is up. Good day, Zachary. Please begin.
Good day. My name is Zachary Katz-Nelson. I'm the policy director for the Lippman Commission. Our formal name is the Independent Commission for New York City Criminal Justice and Incarceration Reform. Thanks for the chance to speak. I want to talk about solitary, please, for a few moments. We are pleased, of course, that the mayor has joined the call to end solitary forever in the city jails. And we are certainly mindful of the fact and appreciate the fact that having COBA and DOC at the table makes the chance of success for the implementation of whatever comes next that much greater. But not if it comes at the price of a watered down version of reform. This must be a procedure and a process and rules that truly end solitary once and for all in the city jails. We're also keenly aware of just how long this is taking. As the board knows very well, restrictive housing rulemaking has been under consideration for several years now by the board. Jails Action Coalition presented its blueprint last October. The board heard searing testimony from people, dozens of people in December about solitary, and now come July, a new panel is announced. And so we would urge you to please act as swiftly as possible so that this delay of weeks does not turn into seasons, because too many people are harmed too much by solitary for it to continue. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
The next speaker is 5 Mualamak. I don't see 5. Moving on to the next speaker is Martha Greco.
Okay. Please begin, Martha.
Thank you. Again, to remind you, my name is Martha Greco. I'm a public defender at the Bronx Defenders. I believe that in the initial period when we were discussing ESH, a comment was made by Chief Jennings that when she decides who goes into ESH, it's a thought process. Well, thought process is not due process. In the same way that the department has asked that we all take into account an officer's level of training, an officer's status, whether they're a rookie or a veteran, when considering a reaction to a use of force, shouldn't they also take into account a person in custody's background when fashioning a response to conflict in the jails? Facts like whether their criminal case is stalling, whether their family has come to visit them, what are the obstacles to family visits, what are the challenges the person faces in terms of their overall health. When a person is arrested outside a jail, the police are not also the prosecutor, also the judge, also the defense attorney, and also the jury. But that's what you have in a situation where it is only the chief making a decision about somebody's placement in ESH. I also wanted to object to something that Commissioner Brand said. She stated that it is an insult to people who don't get infractions, not to punish those who do, and that the vast majority of people are just doing their time. And I object to that because the vast majority of people at Rikers and in DOC custody are not doing time. They are detainees awaiting trial. But this is telling because it shows us that the commissioner believes people should be treated as if they're doing time. Now, this is not about individual good intentions. We are definitely not saying that Chief Jennings is acting in bad faith, but let's not say it's due process. While the chief or whatever captain is adjudicating an infraction is considering the resolution, shouldn't they pick up the phone and call us? Couldn't there be an early warning system that involves the incarcerated person's advocates? Why is DOC afraid of involving this? Chief Stukes emphasized that efforts are being made to treat people on a case-by-case basis, and we fully support that. If that type of treatment is the goal, then it boggles the mind that DOC would not make more effort to find out more about the person by including their community. When we end solitary, something will come next. We've already seen that when we ended solitary for young people, the monster that is ESH emerged. So let's put protocols in place to make it more transparent permanently for whatever solution we fashion to conflict, and that involves advocates and involves people's communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheikha Vogler, who I believe is on the phone. I'm going to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. I would like to thank the board for holding this meeting and for the opportunity to speak on the issue of solitary confinement and restrictive housing in New York City jail. I want to speak specifically about the part of the board's proposed rule that would allow people to be placed in punitive segregation for up to 60 days for assault on staff. I was detained on Rikers Island from 2010 to 2012, and I can tell you what I saw. Solitary confinement due to people who were already angry and traumatized. And I can tell you that officers regularly abuse their power and fabricate accusations against people in custody to justify harsh punishments, including punitive segregation. During my time in Rosie's from 2010 to 2012, I saw numerous women thrown in solitary for the smallest infractions. There is no question that there is overused and abused power by the officers as a way to control and terrorize people, including to seek revenge against people they have personal issues with. I narrowly escaped being put in solitary myself only because the officer finished her shift and it seemed like she couldn't be bothered. I had tried to keep the kitchen area where I worked open a few minutes longer so that a woman who had missed the call for a meal time to get something to eat. The officer didn't like me doing that and took me to the intake area when I should not have been and left me there for hours. She wrote up a ticket against me saying that I had threatened to throw hot soup on her and hit her. This was completely false. Would this qualify as a serious assault on staff as a reason to put me or someone else in solitary for up to 60 days? Probably in their minds. I also saw many instances where women were beaten and then thrown in solitary with some false accusations of something they'd done, just so the guards could keep them from contacting their families. This is the same department in which employees have repeatedly been found lying in their reports. That is simply too much power to give them, and it puts people's lives at risk. I also want to give you all, if you have not experienced it, the best possible understanding of what solitary confinement does to people. It is designed to dehumanize people, to break them, and destroy you mentally, and it does. Let's remember that the United Nations has said that all solitary confinement longer than 15 days is torture. What solitary does not do is rehabilitate people or solve any of the problems that cause them to act out in the first place. Let's start by recognizing that people in jail are mostly being held before they've been convicted of any crime, and they are isolated from their family and loved ones. The women I met in Rosie's were angry, stressed, depressed, and on edge. Rather than learning some techniques to understand why someone was acting away or using any type of training to de-escalate situations, I saw officers throw women in a shoe, and I saw them come out angrier and even more ready to react to the next trigger. Whether some interaction with another detainee, an officer, or just the daily frustrations of being in jail. It always added fuel to the fire. For the officers who argue that they need solitary to keep the jail safe, I ask you, how has that worked for you? Just because New York City has allowed people to be tortured in the jails for so long is not a reason to continue. I ask you to please find the courage to ban solitary confinement in New York City jails now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Irene Sedania.
Okay, it's raised. Hello, Irene. Please begin.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Irene Sedano, and I'm a jail services advocate at Brooklyn Defender Services. Since the beginning of the pandemic, our office has received hundreds of calls from people in custody describing conditions, in need of help accessing care, and with questions about how they can best keep themselves safe. We hear their pleas and hope that you use these voices to hold DOC accountable during this crisis. DOC reported that since COVID-19, it has reduced the capacity of dorm units to afford people the opportunity to more easily practice social distancing precautions. Dormitory housing areas are said to be at or below 50% capacity, with empty bed spaces between people in custody. However, the vast majority of our clients in dorm settings are in crowded dorms with well over 50% capacity and in beds head-to-head with other people. I received a call from our client last week who was transferred from OBCC to AMKC into a dorm with almost 50 other men. He reported being just 2 feet apart from the bed directly next to his, while men around him were coughing and visibly ill without being able to properly distance themselves. DOC has stated they are committed to cleaning and sanitizing all contact surfaces and phones every 2 hours. Our client shared that during the entire week he had spent in the dorm at AMKC, no area in the unit, including phones, had been disinfected. A bucket of soap and water has been placed near the phones, though it's not used, and no additional disinfectant or measures have been provided to keep areas clean. Our office has also received increased reports of rodents within the past few weeks, also likely due to the poor sanitation and unbearable heat in these facilities. Our client, who tested positive for COVID-19, shared that most correctional staff in his unit do not wear face masks. He fears for his well-being as staff members continue to put people in custody at risk. While DOC claims that people have ample access to face masks, one client at VCBC reported that he asked for a new face mask and was told that they ran out. He had to reuse the same face mask for several weeks. These are not new reports from inside, but a continued theme we regularly hear. The current conditions in the jails make it nearly impossible to practice social distancing and to keep people in custody safe. As we continue to see an increase in the New York City jail population and new admissions into custody, we're deeply concerned for the department's preparedness when we begin to see a surge in positive cases. As we brace ourselves for a second wave this fall, we request for the department, CHS, and this board to work in collaboration with defender offices as we all work to ensure safety of all people in custody and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bennett?
The next speaker is Claudia Forrester.
All right. Claudia, please begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Great.
you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Claudia Forrester. I am a jail services advocate at Brooklyn Defender Services, and during this pandemic, I have been listening to the stories and concerns of our incarcerated clients on a daily basis. I want to share their experiences with you today and echo the comments shared by formerly incarcerated people, their loved ones, and other advocates. In the last week, I spoke with 12 different individuals across the New York City jail facilities. When I asked what they thought most urgent to bring before you all today, every single one of them described the lack of hygiene and compliance with COVID protocol within the facilities. This lack of adherence to their own protocol is a terrifyingly consistent pattern in DOC facilities. As Kayla Simpson said earlier, policy is not practice. One individual at MDC described the non-existence of disinfectant to clean the phones between use, as well as a lack of bars of soap to be handed out to individuals. He is forced to clean the phone with his own personal bar of soap, which he purchased at commissary. Another individual at AMKC described a complete lack of cleaning in his unit, including showers and public spaces, for over 2 weeks. Furthermore, every single individual I spoke with this week mentioned that officers in their units have not consistently been wearing their masks while in the unit. The board's own monitoring report presented at last month's meeting documented consistent staff usage of masks in only 53% of housing units. That is unacceptable. Our incarcerated clients are terrified by what they are being forced to experience. The calls I receive every day are filled by fear and desperation. One client at VCBC shared, "There are times that I feel like crying because when I get an asthma attack, I know there's nothing to help me. The conditions here are disgusting. I'm so scared I'm going to go to sleep and not wake up because I can't breathe." From lack of access to soap, to units with over 50% capacity, to officers refusing to wear their masks, each one of my clients' experiences directly contradicts what the department has stated today. These stories have not been shared for months. These stories have been shared for months with little change. I urge you to listen to the voices of those behind the walls, because it is clear that DOC is ill-equipped to actually enforce their own procedures in the face of this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tina Tinen. Looks like Tina is no longer here. The next speaker is Assad.
What is the first name?
Assad.
Assad.
I think this person was speaking under Miss V's screen.
Hello.
Hello. Please begin.
Sunday evening yesterday, Ms. V received information of an individual who does not speak English and was beaten until his face was pushed in and disfigured. He was left by the officers. Housing units are told no water from commissary for weeks, and when they do, they are allowed only 2 bottles. Linen is given back with bloodstains, outright dirty, hazardous to one's health. The 3 stamp or stamped envelopes that are supposed to be provided often are not. There are DOC facilities that have reported to Ms. V on having 0 access to stamps on and off the island. Ms. V was also told of yet another person fearful for his life after being informed a guy who slept 3 beds away died from COVID-19. He also stated to her he wants to be tested, and the government said, if you want to be tested, get tested, but no one from medical or DOC has offered or acted as if they care. The time is now. You have to create equity and true justice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Miss V.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Please begin.
Peace and blessings, everyone. I just want to address a few things. So today, Commissioner Brand said, who but DOC cares about and speaks for them, referring to the incarcerated individuals. So I'm here to tell DOC that us advocates care and speak for them. People like me who worked on the island and saw the brutality and went against the grain care. People like me who had brain surgery and still came back to the movement to fight for what's right care. And then she also went on to say, guided by feelings and not facts. So let's just be clear about this, because every time facts are presented to this board, or the board is asking DOC about the facts that the federal monitor continues to give us about the brutality that's going on, DOC retreats, DOC hides, they lie, and they swiggle, and they try to get by. But today, you yourself said that over 1,400 DOC employees were diagnosed. But I just want to point out, they were diagnosed because they were able to go to their own PCP. And then over 300 incarcerated individuals in DOC custody are known to have COVID-19. Why is that? Because they are in DOC custody, they are not able to just walk to the doctor and get tested for themselves. I played a recording today where a man was saying if he could get the test, he would get the test because a man 3 beds away from him died from COVID. So I know their data is wrong. Last month, I also brought to you a man who was saying how they helped get someone out who was there over their time. He was over 55 years old. He was supposed to have been released already. He wasn't. He didn't speak English. His friend helped get in touch with his lawyer. A couple of days out after being released, he died from COVID. So what is the numbers? Again, I'm going to ask the board, what is the numbers of people actually being released having died from COVID-19? You will be surprised because DOC and CHS is not doing what they're supposed to do. Another thing, there's no regard to dignity, right? Because when we talk about the separation status units, that is the worst of the worst. And if And how can we as human beings with this world up in an uproar right now around all the humanity issues still allow something where you're not even guaranteed to have a day in court and you're in jail because you couldn't even afford bail, but you're not even guaranteed to be taken to court unless the court directly demands that you be produced? That's unacceptable. And then for this working group is a sham because the commissioner, she sits before you and she can't even take constructive criticism. She cannot even listen to what the federal monitor is saying about her employees without being ready to attack this very board. And how is that going to be a productive group? How is that going to bring about change when the first step in making change and acknowledging that change must be made? And it's not going to work if Stanley has to always double step and try to correct what she's saying. She's a commissioner for DOC with thousands of employees. If she can't say directly what she means and get her message across for everyone to understand her, that in itself is a problem. And we are not going to see clear change until we see change from the top to the bottom. And the bottom, which is the officers that are directly with the people, will not change because they don't see change, clear change, and a reason to hold themselves accountable from the top. So let's not fool ourselves about what needs to be done, because Black lives matter, brown lives matter, and I don't like saying this, but all lives matter. And at the end of the day, none of that matters if we don't hold ourselves accountable and stop sugarcoating everything and stop being afraid of telling people the truth and stop holding on to political ties and thinking that's going to get us by. People's lives are on the line. It's not
Ms. V, I appreciate all that you're saying, but I
have one more thing
to say to everybody else, I have to conclude because we are allotting people 3 minutes and this is 4 minutes.
Michael said try to figure it out. The lives on the line. You don't try to figure it out. You do, and you follow protocol. That's what the Board of Corrections is for. Have a blessed day.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Kelly Grace Price.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please begin. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'm really this is Kelly Grace Price from Close. I'm very, very worried about hit as too much. It started off with Heidi complaining that her department isn't getting enough credit when use of force.
Just so you know, Kelly, you're going in and out. So please continue. We'll give you a few 30 more seconds, but also please submit written testimony.
Is still not implemented, and rulemaking or pointed towards rulemaking when we know that the department is incapable of implementing community. On the mayor, we need new leadership in the department. I don't know if anyone noticed, but the department slipped into its latest and that it's the of investigations to anyone who complained about sexual abuse, rape, assault, or harassment. Well, it's go unnoticed by a lot of people. It's just part of a greater whole. But please look at this peppercorn example. Please put pressure on the mayor. We need change from the top. There's a reason the department is inept. No one wants letting me appear or just thank you so much for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Jennifer Parrish.
Please begin.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for this additional opportunity to speak. Earlier, I highlighted our opposition to the working group on ending solitary confinement, but I have to call out specifically the problem of having the COBRA president on this working group. He made clear in his recent op-ed in the Daily News that, quote, his presence should not be taken as approval for ending this policy entirely, and that he plans to vigorously lobby the administration to reevaluate the serious dangers this policy change poses to the safety and welfare of everyone in our jails. When the mayor made his announcement about the working group, he said that the working group will determine how to end solitary confinement, not whether to end it. Clearly, the COBA president is not committed to the goal of the working group, yet he has a seat at the table that is equivalent to that of a board member. While the board may want to seek expertise from corrections about how to have accountability without relying on torture, why not seek that expertise from systems that are not under court order to reduce inappropriate use of force, from departments that have not failed to do so even with the oversight of an outside monitor? Regarding Ms. Antoine's earlier comment that correction officers no longer have the option of writing an infraction, I acknowledge the frustration of not having a way to hold people accountable, but the board has not limited DOC's authority to issue infractions. That there is no consequence beyond punitive SEG or ESH is the fault of this department. There is absolutely nothing stopping the department from coming up with a disciplinary system that does not involve solitary confinement. The initial limits to solitary were enacted in 2015. It is the department's responsibility to develop a system through which people can be held accountable for breaking jail rules. Yet the department has turned its back on its responsibility to create safety in the jails for the workforce and incarcerated people. According to the Nunez Monitor, the department is failing to hold correction staff accountable for their violation of the rules. The department has utterly failed its responsibilities, yet the commissioner is empowered to participate in the working group, and her role is equal to that of the board's representation. I finally want to note that people with serious physical disabilities or conditions were required to be excluded from punitive segregation since 2015. DOC and CHS plainly failed to implement this requirement. The fact that they are finally starting to comply with this obligation and perhaps slightly expand it 5 years later after the death of Layleen Polanco should not be heralded as tremendous progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Vidal Guzman. Don't believe Vidal is still here. And the final speaker is Johnny Perez.
Good afternoon, Johnny Perez. Please begin.
Hi, how's it going? Great. Oh, can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you and
I want to get some eye contact. That's why. So
deal.
really quick, I only have 3 minutes. My name is Johnny Perez. I work as director of United States Prison Programs for the National Religious Campaign Against Torture. I'm also a member of the New York Campaign Against Isolated Confinement. I also have a role in the New York City's Bar Association Correction Committee, and also the New York State Advisory Board to the Commission on United States Commission on Civil Rights. Today, though, I'm speaking in my capacity of a solitary survivor, both in New York and a person who spent time on Rikers Island. And so here we are yet again. And little has changed. And if we can accept the praise of our accomplishments, then we must also accept the criticism of our failures. And that includes the preventable deaths at the hands of the department. Right? My colleagues already mentioned how Layleen Polanco died over a year ago, Khalif Broward over 5 years ago, Bradley Ballard over 7 years ago, Jason Echevarria was over 8 years ago. Right. So while New York is in phase 3 of reentry, incarcerated people continue to be on phase 0, even as a recent study from Johns Hopkins and the UCLA found that incarcerated people are actually 550 times more likely to not only get COVID, but 300 times more likely to die. 300 more times likely to die. That on top of another report that recently said that over a 500% increase in the use of solitary in the wake of COVID across the United States. So comparing the shackling of black and brown bodies to spending a day, so comparing the shackling of black and brown bodies to spending a day locked in a cell, right, and the irreversible mental health consequences that we're all well aware of is similar to just pulling a knife out of somebody's back halfway and then calling it reform. Yet we accept it. Now, this at a time where people of all colors, races, genders, and ages of all ages are out in the streets screaming, please value us, respect us, see our humanity. Right? In reference to the narrative about violence perpetuated by incarcerated people who assault officers and others, the truth The truth is that officers perpetuate the violence. In 13 years of my own personal incarceration, including 9 different prisons in New York, including Rikers Island, and now in my professional capacity where I frequently inspect and tour facilities across the United States, I have never met not one person who has randomly hurt an officer or harmed an officer. So when you pull the veil back, you see that the department is actually responsible for the violence. You see the gang affiliations. You see correctional officers selling drugs. How do I know this to be true? Because I personally bought drugs from a correctional officer who later threatened to put me in solitary. My mother didn't meet them in the parking lot to pay them. And I wish my mom was available today to give you that information, but she's not, right? I personally witnessed the department knowingly house people from opposing gangs together and then report, hey, they're fighting, we need this, we need that. So there's a policy, there's policies on paper that we read about and we talk about the stats, right? But I can manipulate the stats to say whatever I want them to say. And the truth is that the practice was completely different, right? And while I was facing my own harm, no one believed me. And this is important because just the same way that no one believed Leyland Palenko when she didn't want to go to solitary, Khalif Browder when he said, hey, they're pulling me out of my cell and beating me up, right? Broward Valley when correctional officers walked by his solitary cell, didn't give him the insulin that he needed. Right, and the same for Jason Echevarria and the countless others who I don't even have enough time to talk about. Right, so who did we believe? We believe the officers who put them there. We believe the department. Right, we don't believe something unless it's super contradictory evidence. You're about to cut me off. I see. I got one more. I got a little bit left. Right, and
I'm going to give you 15, 20 seconds. Okay.
20 seconds. Right. So we shouldn't have to wait. So in other words, we cannot keep switching seats on the Titanic and calling it change. I'm asking you to honor the families of those who've been harmed by holding the Board of Corrections accountable and stop giving these people time. We've been doing it for far too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Bennett, I believe you said that was the last person to give public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I thank you all. I thank the board members for being with us for these 4+ hours and all of the advocates and persons who are other persons affiliated with the Department of Correction and with Correctional Health Services. Perhaps there are some staff members still on, I'm not certain, but I thank you all for being with us. The board does not meet again until September. That meeting is scheduled for September 9th, 2020, beginning at 9 a.m. And that meeting will likely be held via WebEx as well. Details will be made available on our website, and we'll send an email to all interested parties. Thank you for being with us, and have a good remainder of the day. Bye-bye.